Prepare yourselves for a journey into the darkest depths of terror. Welcome to the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. Hosted by, scripted by machines, in this ultimate battle of horror titans, 16 iconic entities will face off in a showdown like no other. First, from the depths of Derry, Maine, emerges the ancient evil known as Pennywise. With its shape-shifting abilities and insatiable hunger for fear, Pennywise strikes terror into the hearts of all who dare to cross its path. Next, from the world of childhood nightmares, comes the pint-sized terror, Chucky. Possessed by the soul of a notorious serial killer, this murderous doll will stop at nothing to claim its next victim. Venturing from the darkest corners of rural America, the creeper from Jeepers Creepers emerges. With its otherworldly origins and insatiable appetite for flesh, this winged abomination strikes fear into the hearts of those who dare to cross its path. And from the realm of science gone awry, comes the Fly. A grotesque fusion of man and insect, this monstrous entity is a chilling reminder of the dangers of unchecked experimentation. From the frozen wastelands of Antarctica, emerges the shape-shifting nightmare known only as the Thing. With its ability to assimilate and mimic any living organism, the Thing is an unstoppable force of biological horror. Next, from the depths of space, comes the relentless alien known as the Xenomorph. With its acid blood and razor-sharp claws, this extraterrestrial terror hunts its prey with ruthless efficiency. Venturing from the confines of a cursed dollhouse, Annabelle emerges as a vessel of pure malevolence. Possessed by a demonic entity, this innocent-looking doll harbors unspeakable horrors within. And from the ravaged streets of Raccoon City, arises the relentless killing machine known as Nemesis. Engineered for destruction and fueled by an insatiable thirst for carnage, Nemesis is the epitome of bioengineered terror. From the darkest depths of hell, arises the hell priest known as Pinhead. With his mastery over pain and pleasure, he brings forth an eternity of suffering to those who dare to summon him. Next, from the digital realm of terror, emerges Megan, an artificial intelligence with a thirst for blood. Programmed for destruction, she stalks her prey with cold, calculated precision. Venturing from the depths of Irish folklore, Luben, the malevolent leprechaun, emerges with a pot of gold and a taste for mischief. But beware, for his tricks often lead to deadly consequences. And from the fractured mind of a broken man, arises the Beast, a monstrous alter ego born from a shattered psyche. With his superhuman strength and insatiable hunger, he is a force of pure chaos. From the depths of the jungle, emerges the relentless hunter known as the Predator. With its advanced weaponry and stealthy prowess, it stalks its prey with lethal precision. Next, from the shadows of Native American folklore, arises the elusive Skinwalker. With its ability to shapeshift into any creature, it lurks in the darkness, preying on unsuspecting victims with supernatural cunning. Venturing from the depths of Crystal Lake, emerges the relentless killer, Jason Voorhees. With his iconic hockey mask and machete, he strikes fear into the hearts of all who cross his path. And finally, from the quiet streets of Haddonfield, arises the silent stalker, Michael Myers. With his emotionless mask and relentless pursuit, he is the embodiment of pure evil. Prepare yourselves for a battle that will push the boundaries of fear and test the limits of survival. Who will emerge victorious in this ultimate clash of horror? Find out in the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. Coming soon to Scripted by Machines. Don't miss it. Welcome to Scripted by Machines, where imagination knows no bounds, and the impossible becomes reality before your very eyes. Today, we invite you into the heart of darkness, to a battleground where fear itself trembles. This isn't just any contest, this is the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash, a place where legends of terror and masters of the macabre come face to face in a showdown that will echo through the annals of time. In one corner, lurking in the damp and shadowy recesses of our deepest nightmares, the embodiment of primal fear and ancient evil, Pennywise the Dancing Clown. A being that feeds on terror, transforming into the very essence of your darkest fears. In the other, a doll possessed by the soul of a serial killer, Chucky, whose malevolent spirit and murderous rage know no bounds. Two icons of horror, each with their own reign of terror, but today, they face off in an arena where only one can claim victory. Will it be the eldritch entity from the depths of cosmic dread, or the cunning, relentless curse contained within a child's plaything? Prepare yourselves, viewers, for a clash that will challenge the limits of your imagination and test the boundaries of your nightmares. This is Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash, and it starts now. Let the battle for supremacy begin. In the dead of night, when shadows merge and the world hushes, a figure emerges, clutching the infamous doll known as Chucky. The doll's eyes gleam unnaturally in the moonlight, hinting at the malevolent spirit trapped within. This is no ordinary toy, but a vessel of vengeance, a repository of rage. And tonight, its owner has reached the breaking point. With determined steps, the figure moves through the silent streets, driven by a mix of fear and desperation. The decision has been made, a decision to end the nightmare, to rid themselves of the curse that has invaded their home. The destination is a solitary, unassuming drop curb inlet, a portal to the city's vast, unseen labyrinth below. As they stand over the sewer, the city's ambient noises fade into a hushed anticipation. The owner's hands tremble, not just from the chill of the night but from the weight of the moment. With a final, resolute motion, the doll is thrust into the darkness, tumbling end over end into the open maw of the sewer. As the echo of Chucky's descent into the abyss fades, the darkness of the sewer embraces him. Cast aside, discarded like refuse, the malevolent spirit within the doll stirs with a single, burning purpose, to return to the surface and enact vengeance on the one who dared to throw him away. But this is no ordinary sewer, and Chucky's journey back will not be as straightforward as he imagines. Deep within the bowels of this subterranean labyrinth, where light fears to tread, and the stench of forgotten things hangs heavy in the air, an ominous presence lurks. Pennywise, the ancient, cosmic entity, has sensed an intruder in its domain. With the patience of eons and the curiosity of a predator, it watches from the shadows, amused by the audacity of this new, tiny adversary. Chucky, oblivious to the magnitude of the force he's about to confront, scrambles through the dark, damp corridors, his plastic heart set on revenge. Little does he know, the path he chooses is not his own. Like a puppet on strings, he's being guided, drawn deeper into Pennywise's web. Above ground, the world goes on, unaware of the sinister drama unfolding beneath their feet. In the sewer, two forces of darkness prepare to collide, their meeting predestined by fate or perhaps by something far more malevolent. And there, in the gloom, Pennywise's voice echoes, a whisper that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere, chilling the very air.
Welcome to Derry, Chucky. I've been expecting you.
The eerie silence of the sewer is shattered by Pennywise's haunting welcome, a statement that carries with it an air of inevitability. Chucky, still fueled by rage and a singular desire for revenge, momentarily pauses, sensing an unfamiliar and unsettling presence. The very air around him thickens with anticipation, as shadows seem to dance and whisper along the damp walls.
Pennywise!
Chucky snarls, his voice echoing off the stone, a mix of recognition and defiance in his tone. But the clown, the cosmic entity that predates time itself, merely chuckles, a sound that seems both close and impossibly far, reverberating through the murky depths.
You think you know fear, little doll?
Pennywise's voice morphs, becoming a symphony of every shriek and scream that ever echoed in these forgotten tunnels.
Let's see what truly terrifies a killer trapped in plastic and stuffing.
Suddenly, the sewer transforms. Chucky finds himself not in the dank confines of Derry's underbelly but in a facsimile of the toy factory where he was first imbued with Charles Lee Ray's murderous spirit. The machines are alive, not with the industry of toy making, but with a sinister, pulsing energy. Doll parts move of their own accord, assembling not children's toys but grotesque parodies of Chucky himself, each one a twisted reflection of his own cursed existence. Chucky's confident stride falters. Here, in this twisted mirage, Pennywise confronts him not with brute force but with a stark revelation, the horror of being forever trapped within a cycle of violence and death, never to find rest or redemption. Dolls with his face, his voice, mock him from the assembly line, a cacophony of his own worst aspects thrown back at him.
What's wrong, Chucky? Don't you want to play?
Pennywise teases, his voice now coming from the dolls themselves.
Or are you afraid to face what you've become?
It's not the physical threat that unsettles Chucky but the existential dread of his own nature and fate laid bare. Pennywise, exploiting not a fear of dying but a fear of eternal, unchanging damnation, circles closer, the darkness seeming to pulsate with malevolent joy. Chucky, enraged yet shaken, lashes out, but his attacks slice through the illusions like air, never touching the real threat. Pennywise's laughter echoes, a reminder that in this battle of wills, physical might is meaningless.
You can never escape what you are, Chucky. No matter how many bodies you claim or dolls you inhabit, you will always be a prisoner of your own making.
Pennywise's laughter, a sound as ancient as fear itself, fills the air, echoing off the sewer walls with a chilling resonance. Chucky, fueled by rage and defiance, refuses to back down, despite the realization of his precarious situation. The demonic doll, known for his cunning and brutality, finds himself ensnared in a nightmare from which there is no waking.
Pennywise, this isn't over.
His voice a mixture of anger and desperation. But the entity before him is not just a clown, it's a manifestation of primal terror, an eater of worlds, and it has decided that the game has come to an end.
You're right, little doll. It's not over. It's just beginning for you.
Its voice morphing into a symphony of the countless souls it has consumed over the millennia. The air around them thickens, the darkness palpable, as if reality itself is warping under the weight of Pennywise's power. Suddenly, the sewer shifts. The walls stretch and contort, the space around Chucky closing in, transforming not into a cage of iron or stone, but something far more terrifying, an endless void. Here, in this limbo of darkness, Chucky finds himself alone, isolated from any reality he's ever known. Pennywise's form looms large, a beacon of fear in a sea of nothingness.
This is your new home, Chucky. A place where you can never harm, never scare, never exist as you once did. A void where you'll be forgotten, your rage impotent, your spirit imprisoned for eternity.
Its voice echoing into infinity. Chucky lashes out, his knife slicing through the darkness, but it's futile. There's nothing to strike, no body to harm, no soul to terrify. He's a murderer without a victim, a curse without a host. Pennywise, in its true form, is beyond physical harm, its essence spread across the darkness that now envelopes Chucky. As Pennywise's form fades, leaving Chucky to his eternal imprisonment, the entity's final words linger in the void.
Fear is not just a feeling, Chucky. It's a place. Welcome to yours.
Above ground, life goes on, oblivious to the fate that has befallen one of horror's most infamous characters. In the sewer below Derry, a silence settles, a testament to Pennywise's victory. Chucky, the doll that housed a killer's soul, is no more, his threat neutralized not through destruction but through an eternal isolation in a realm of fear, tailor-made by the master of terror itself. And so concludes this chapter of the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash, a reminder that in the world of shadows and dread, some fates are worse than death. But why did the AI choose Pennywise as the winner? In the aftermath of the intense and harrowing showdown between Chucky and Pennywise in the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash, it's pivotal to understand the rationale behind Pennywise emerging as the victor. This outcome, while rooted in the fantastical elements of their respective universes, is also grounded in the inherent characteristics, abilities, and thematic essence of these two iconic figures of horror. According to simulations, Pennywise is the victor 70% of the time. Let's delve into the reasons behind the decision. Pennywise, also known as It, is a cosmic entity from a realm beyond our understanding, with powers that include shape-shifting, reality manipulation, and the ability to materialize fears into physical form. Its very existence is interwoven with the fabric of fear, drawing strength from the terror of its victims. Pennywise does not simply exist within our world, it manipulates the boundaries of reality itself to ensnare its prey. Chucky, on the other hand, while formidable in his own right, is ultimately bound by the physical limitations of his doll body. His strength lies in his cunning, his unpredictability, and his relentless drive for survival and revenge. However, his power is significantly more localized, operating within the confines of the physical world and human psychology. The sewer setting naturally plays to Pennywise's advantages. It is a domain where Pennywise holds dominion, a place inherently tied to fear and darkness, allowing it to fully exploit its abilities. Chucky, while adaptable and resilient, is out of his element in this battle of psychological and supernatural might. Pennywise's victory is not just a matter of physical superiority but a profound understanding of fear itself. It's able to exploit Chucky's own fears, namely, the fear of obsolescence, of being trapped eternally without purpose or power. Pennywise doesn't just seek to destroy its adversaries physically but aims to conquer and annihilate them on a psychological level, leveraging fears that are deeply personal and existential. The decisive factor in this encounter was not a physical skirmish but a battle of wills and fears. Pennywise's ability to create a personal hell for Chucky, one that mirrors his eternal damnation within a doll's body, showcases a level of control and sadism that Chucky, despite his malevolence, cannot match. The Void, Pennywise's final trap, represents a fate that directly counters Chucky's drive for chaos and violence, a total nullification of his being. Conclusion: in this Tournament of Enigma horror clash, the decision to declare Pennywise the victor stems from its nearly godlike ability to manipulate fear and reality, set against Chucky's more grounded and materially confined existence. Pennywise embodies a universal and timeless aspect of horror, the fear of the unknown and the power of the mind to create terrors far surpassing physical harm. Chucky's reliance on physical means to exert his influence ultimately limits his effectiveness against a being that transcends such constraints. This battle was less about physical might and more about the essence of fear itself. Pennywise, as the embodiment of primordial terror, holds a distinct advantage in any confrontation that delves into the psychological and supernatural realms, making it the clear victor in this unique and thrilling clash of horror titans. And so, as the dust settles in the shadowy depths of Derry's sewers, we crown Pennywise the undeniable victor of this round in the Tournament of Enigma horror clash. With its mastery over fear and the macabre, Pennywise has once again demonstrated why it remains one of the most formidable entities in the annals of horror. But, dear viewers, our journey through the domain of darkness and dread does not end here. This battle is one of many, as we continue to pit the titans of terror against each other in clashes that challenge the limits of our imaginations and test the boundaries of our fears. Who will face off next in this grand arena of the arcane and the horrifying? Only time will tell, and the possibilities are as endless as the shadows that stretch beneath the full moon's light. We thank you for joining us on this thrilling expedition into the heart of horror. Your enthusiasm and engagement fuel this macabre tournament, and we look forward to bringing you more matchups, more nightmares, and more heart-pounding encounters in the Tournament of Enigma horror clash. Remember, in the world of horror, the next terror is always just around the corner, waiting for its moment to step into the ring. So, keep your eyes peeled, your lights on, and your curiosity alive as we prepare for the next round of battles that promise to chill, thrill, and spill into the annals of horror legend. Thank you for watching Scripted by Machines. Until next time, may your dreams be dark and full of terrors. Welcome back to Scripted by Machines, where the unthinkable becomes reality in our arena of the absurd and the terrifying. Today, we host an unprecedented battle in the Tournament of Enigma horror clash, featuring two of the most grotesque and fearsome entities ever to haunt the silver screen. In one corner, we have the Creeper, the ancient demon who awakens every 23rd spring for 23 days to feed on human parts, which then become part of its own twisted form. An unstoppable force driven by a primitive hunger that is as eternal as it is ghastly. Facing off against the Creeper is none other than the Fly, a tragic figure transformed by a scientific experiment gone horrifically wrong. With the grotesque abilities and twisted mind of a human-fly hybrid, this creature presents a horrifying fusion of man's intellect and an insect's instincts. Tonight, these two monsters will clash in a showdown that promises to stretch the limits of horror and imagination. Will the aerial agility and regenerative powers of the Creeper triumph, or will the Fly's grotesque intelligence and physical transformation prove superior? Get ready for a confrontation that is as bizarre as it is chilling. This is Scripted by Machines, and the Tournament of Enigma horror clash starts right now. Under the cloak of night, a chilling scream pierces the silence of the desolate landscape. In the distance, a figure dashes frantically across the rugged terrain, their breath ragged, eyes wide with terror. Behind them, the dark silhouette of the Creeper emerges, relentless in its pursuit. Its wings beat with a sinister rhythm, propelling it ever closer to its prey. The desperate chase leads to an imposing structure that looms ominously against the moonlit sky, the old laboratory. Its facade is a tapestry of decay, windows shattered, ivy creeping over crumbling bricks, and doors hanging ajar, squeaking in the cold wind. This is a place abandoned by time, a monument to forgotten horrors. As the terrified individual pushes through the heavy, rusted doors, a cold draft of air escapes, as if the building itself exhales the secrets of decades past. Inside, the atmosphere is thick with the mustiness of mold and the tang of rust. Flickering shadows cast by the moonlight reveal remnants of its former purpose, broken glassware, overturned furniture, and strange, arcane machinery that now serves as a nest for vermin. This forsaken place, a graveyard of science, now hosts a new tale of terror. The Creeper, undeterred by the building's eerie aura, steps inside, its eyes adjusting to the darkness, its senses sharpening, ready to claim its next victim. Unbeknownst to it, another predator lurks within these walls, one driven by a fractured human intellect and a monstrous new form. As the creeper steps into the shadowy confines of the deserted laboratory, its senses, honed for the hunt, instantly flare to life. The sharp, distinct smell of fear that had led it here begins to mingle and morph into a complex tapestry of odors that saturate the air within this forsaken place. Amidst the musty decay and the metallic tang of rusted instruments, a peculiar, pungent scent captures the creeper's attention, diverting it from its original quarry. The laboratory is a labyrinth of horror. Long corridors lined with dusty, shattered equipment lead to rooms that each tell tales of abandoned experiments and scientific endeavors gone horrifically awry. Faded labels on cracked vials, grotesque stains on operating tables, and scattered papers fluttering in the breeze through broken windows all speak of a place where death and despair are no strangers. As the creeper moves silently through the halls, its taloned feet step over debris and past cages, some still containing skeletal remains of inexplicable creatures, half animal, half something else. Each room reveals layers of the building's dark history, but the creeper is drawn inexorably towards a particular scent that seems to seep from the walls themselves. This smell is unlike any other, a fusion of decay, desperation, and a strangely human sorrow. Following its nose, the creeper comes upon a heavy, steel door, slightly ajar, emitting a soft, irregular buzzing sound. Pushing the door with its grotesque, clawed hand, the creeper enters a room that appears to have been an advanced genetic research lab. Inside, amidst a clutter of broken equipment and flickering screens, stands the fly. This creature, once a man, now a grotesque hybrid, is hunched over a makeshift workbench littered with bizarre contraptions and biological specimens. The fly's back is a horrific sight, bristly, insect-like hairs protrude from mottled, greasy skin, and where a human spine should curve, there lies a segmented, exoskeletal structure. Its head is a nightmarish fusion of human and fly features, one eye grossly enlarged and multifaceted, glittering in the dim light, while the other remains disturbingly human, darting about with manic energy. Its mouth, too, is a twisted wreck, a combination of human lips and the extended, curling proboscis of a fly, drooling a viscous, sticky fluid as it works feverishly. The fly, absorbed in its task, is manipulating what appears to be a collection of dismembered limbs, both animal and human, with a set of grotesquely modified, claw-like hands. It's attempting to assemble these parts into some new, disturbing form, a testament to its lost humanity and current madness. The remnants of its intellect drive it to create, to experiment, a mimicry of its past life as a scientist, but now through a lens of insanity and distortion. As the creeper silently observes, captivated by the fly's macabre tinkering, the air thickens with the tension of impending confrontation. Suddenly, the irregular, frantic movements of the fly pause. Its grotesquely transformed head tilts slightly, as if catching a new, unfamiliar scent. With a swift, jerky motion, it turns to face the creeper, its bulbous eye reflecting a distorted image of the intruder. There's no trace of fear in the fly's gaze. Instead, its eye glistens with a surge of manic excitement, a spark of madness that hints at the fractured human intellect behind the monstrous visage. The fly's mouthparts twitch, and a strange, excited chitter escapes from it, a sound that is part gurgle, part buzz, resonating unsettlingly in the stale air of the laboratory. The fly's demeanor shifts as it surveys the creeper, not as a threat but as an intriguing collection of potential parts. Its human eye shows a gleam of recognition, a remnant of the scientist it once was, misinterpreting the situation as an opportunity for further experimentation. It steps forward, limbs moving with a disturbing, insect-like agility, clearly enthused by the prospect of acquiring new materials for its grotesque creations.
New specimen.
The fly vocalizes in a voice that is a disturbing blend of human and insect tones.
Excellent timing. Your physiology is most yet perfect for my next phase of enhancements.
With this, the fly gestures towards an array of disassembled limbs and mechanical parts scattered across the workbench, indicating its intentions without a hint of malice, merely a twisted scientific curiosity. The creeper, though initially taken aback by this reception, quickly regains its composure. It understands no fear, only the primal instincts of hunt and survival. The creature stands taller, its wings unfurling slightly, a low growl rumbling from deep within as it assesses this new, unexpected dynamic. It's not accustomed to being viewed as anything other than the predator, the top of the food chain, and certainly not as a mere component in another creature's experiments. The standoff in the dimly lit room becomes a bizarre tableau, a grotesque scientist excited by the prospect of a new project, and a demonic hunter, momentarily viewed as prey, calculating its next move. As the tension mounts, the air crackles with the energy of two monstrous beings, each driven by very different madnesses, poised on the brink of a clash that is as inevitable as it is unnatural. The air crackled with tension as the fly, driven by a blend of insanity and scientific curiosity, lunged toward the creeper. Its movements were erratic but powered by superhuman strength, its grotesque, claw-like hands reaching out in a desperate attempt to grasp and dissect this rare specimen. The creeper, with centuries of predatory experience, deftly sidestepped the clumsy attack. Its wings fluttered slightly, a prelude to the aerial agility that was to come. It knew well the environment of conflict and danger. It was no stranger to the dance of death. Undeterred by its initial failure, the fly tried again, its twisted mind combining remnants of human intellect with the primal instincts of an insect. It darted around the cluttered lab, knocking over equipment and sending shards of glass flying, attempting to corral the creeper into a trap of tangled wires and smashed machinery. But the creeper was too quick, too aware of its surroundings to be easily ensnared. The creeper then took to the air, its large, sinister wings beating with a rhythmic fury that filled the lab with a gusting wind. From above, it launched a series of attacks, diving and striking with its sharp talons. Each swoop was a blur of motion, precise and lethal, aimed at incapacitating the fly by targeting its wings and limbs. The fly, its body a grotesque hybrid of flesh and insect anatomy, responded with flurries of frantic movements, but each attack seemed only to slow it momentarily. The creeper's regenerative abilities quickly healed any minor wounds, rendering the physical struggle increasingly futile for the fly. As the battle raged, the creeper shifted its strategy. It began to destroy the environment that the fly seemed to hold dear. With powerful swipes of its talons, it tore through the lab equipment and specimens, scattering the twisted creations of the fly's mad science across the cold, hard floor. This psychological warfare took its toll. The fly's movements grew less coordinated, its attacks more sporadic as it witnessed the destruction of its chaotic sanctuary. The room, once a haven of grotesque experimentation, now lay in ruins, a testament to the devastation that the creeper could wreak. Seizing the moment of the fly's dismay, the creeper cornered it against the crumbling wall of the lab. It was a physical imposition, a clear assertion of dominance. With a swift and powerful movement, the creeper pinned the fly, its talons piercing through the chitinous exoskeleton and pinning the creature against the wall. The fly struggled, but the strength in its limbs was fading. With a final, decisive motion, the creeper delivered a lethal strike. The fly's body jerked once, then slumped, the life fading from its compound and human eyes. The battle was over. The creeper stepped back, its wings unfolding in a dark display of victory. The lab was silent now, save for the soft buzzing of broken machinery and the distant, mournful howl of the wind outside. It surveyed the destruction, its gaze lingering on the defeated fly, a creature as tragic as it was monstrous. Then, with no fanfare, no triumphant roar, the creeper turned and exited the lab. It disappeared into the shadows of the night, leaving behind the graveyard of science and the corpse of its adversary. It melted back into the lore and fear of the night, victorious in this bizarre clash of monstrosities, ready to vanish until its next awakening in the eternal cycle of its cursed existence. But why did the AI choose the creeper as the victor? As the echoes of the chilling battle faded into the silence of the night, the analytical mind behind the Tournament of Horrors series processed the outcome. The creeper, a demon of ancient lore and relentless hunting prowess, emerged victorious from the confrontation in the decrepit laboratory. This result was not merely a product of narrative design but was informed by a calculated assessment of the capabilities and histories of both creatures. The artificial intelligence, tasked with scripting this unprecedented battle, had previously evaluated the strengths, weaknesses, and historical contexts of the creeper and the fly. It determined that in a direct confrontation, the creeper would likely emerge victorious approximately 75% of the time. This statistical likelihood was based on several key factors. One of the creeper's most formidable strengths is its ability to regenerate from almost any injury. This not only makes it incredibly difficult to incapacitate but also allows it to sustain a prolonged fight where its endurance can wear down opponents. The fly, despite its grotesque strength and altered physiology, does not possess such regenerative capabilities. Any damage it sustains would degrade its ability to continue fighting, a significant disadvantage in a battle to the death. Experience and predatory instincts. With centuries of existence and hunting experience, the creeper has honed its skills in not just physical combat but also tactical and psychological warfare. It understands fear and how to exploit it, which gives it an edge in managing the dynamics of a fight. The fly, while intelligent and capable of strategic thinking, is hindered by its deteriorating mental state and the overwhelming instincts that drive it more towards chaos than calculated moves. Adaptability. The creeper is shown to adapt to various environments and opponents, using everything at its disposal to ensure victory. Its ability to fly and use its environment strategically, as demonstrated when it destroyed parts of the lab to unnerve the fly, showcases a level of adaptability that the fly cannot match. Physical dominance. While the fly possesses superhuman strength, the creeper's combination of strength, agility, and aerial capabilities provide it with a comprehensive toolkit for overpowering its foes. The physical assaults from the creeper, along with its ability to strike from different angles swiftly, gave it a distinct advantage in overwhelming the fly. These factors, combined with the creeper's sinister resilience and determination, led the AI to conclude that in most scenarios, the creeper would indeed emerge as the winner. The decision to script the creeper as the victor in this specific encounter was a reflection of this probabilistic outcome, grounded in the creature's respective mythologies and demonstrated abilities. Thus, the battle was not only a spectacle of horror and a clash of monstrous beings but also a calculated prediction playing out in the narrative, a demonstration of how, even in a world of chaos and monstrosity, certain outcomes are more likely than others based on the inherent qualities of the combatants involved. Thank you for joining us tonight on Scripted by Machines for the thrilling finale of the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. We witnessed a spectacular showdown between two of the most fearsome entities ever to haunt the silver screen. The creeper and the fly delivered a battle that not only tested their limits but also stretched our imaginations into the darkest corners of horror. As we close this chapter, we're already preparing more enthralling content for you. Stay tuned to Scripted by Machines for more battles, more lore, and more unexpected twists that only our AI-driven narratives can provide. From the depths of horror classics to the latest in sci-fi enigmas, our arena of the absurd and the terrifying will continue to bring you the most captivating encounters. Be sure to subscribe, leave your feedback, and tell us which creatures you'd like to see battle next. Your engagement helps us tailor the terror to your tastes. Until next time, keep your eyes on the shadows, and remember, here at Scripted by Machines, the unthinkable is only the beginning. Welcome to Scripted by Machines, where fantasy battles are forged and narrated by the unseen hand of technology. Today, we invite you to a spectacle set in the cold void of space, on a desolate icy moon orbiting a gas giant in a distant star system. This is no ordinary landscape. Here, the ground is etched with the scars of deep ice caverns and littered with the eerie remnants of alien technology, silent witnesses to a long-gone civilization. Prepare yourselves for an unprecedented encounter in the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. In one corner, rising from the ancient ice, the Thing, a master of mimicry and mutation, whose very touch spells doom as it assimilates all life forms, adapting their strengths and erasing their weaknesses. In the other, the menacing shadow of the Xenomorph, a living nightmare born from the darkest corner of the cosmos, with acid for blood and a relentless drive for survival. Watch as these titans of terror clash in a battle of wits, will, and raw power. Who will emerge as the ultimate survivor? Stay tuned, as we delve into the depths of horror and strategy, where only the most adaptable can claim victory. Join us, as we witness a confrontation that transcends time and space, a battle that tests the limits of fear itself. This is the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. Let the battle begin. The silence of the icy wasteland is shattered by the roar of engines descending into chaos. A massive spaceship, its hull groaning under the stress of re-entry, crashes into the frozen surface of the moon. Metal twists, sparks fly, and remnants of a once mighty vessel scatter across the icy plains. Outside the crash site is the Thing. Imprisoned for eons in its icy cell. It watches as the heat from the crash site quickly melts away its cage. As the dust settles and the echoes of the crash fade into the frigid air, a more subtle horror begins to unfold within the wreckage. The ship's cryogenic chambers, once a lifeline to survival in deep space, malfunction and spring open. Bodies of the crew, preserved for a journey across stars, now slump lifelessly onto the cold metal floor. But death is not the end but a beginning here, as a sinister writhing stirs within them. The unmistakable sign of a new terror, xenomorphs incubating within, poised to unleash their ruthless instinct for survival. The air grows thick with tension, each breath a frozen whisper, as two nightmares awaken from their slumber. On a moon light years from safety, the thing begins to absorb, to mimic, to evolve, while from the shadows, the newborn xenomorphs emerge, hungry and fierce. Here, in the desolate expanses of an alien moon, the stage is set for a confrontation that will redefine the boundaries of life and horror. In the aftermath of the crash, as the cold winds howl across the desolate landscape, the thing wastes no time. Its essence, a creeping, unseen menace, begins to seep into the moon's icy crust. It reaches out, a shadow passing through shadows, absorbing the alien microbial life that thrives unseen in the frozen deserts. Each cell, each organism it touches, becomes part of its ever-expanding tapestry of knowledge and form. With every assimilation, it learns, adapts, and prepares. The thing is not just surviving, it is becoming the planet, an apex predator in waiting, honed by the crucible of cosmic solitude. Meanwhile, the xenomorph, embodying the primal will to dominate and proliferate, begins its own dark symphony of survival. Driven by an unyielding instinct, it uses the shattered hull of the crashed spaceship as the foundation for something more sinister, a hive. Stalking through the twisted corridors and shadowed compartments, it gathers, not just resources, but territory. It secretes resin, transforming the sterile crash site into a burgeoning fortress of nightmare. Here, in the dark recesses of this alien construct, it will lay its claim, not merely to survive but to reign supreme. As the alien twilight deepens on this icy moon, the thing returns to the origin of its liberation, the mangled remains of the spaceship. It is no longer merely a creature of flesh and blood but a composite entity, a chimeric blend of all it has touched and transformed. Every step it takes is an echo of multiple existences, a mosaic of interstellar life adapted into one. Outside the gnarled husk of the ship, the xenomorph drones, sleek and relentless, patrol the perimeter. They are guardians of their nascent hive, engineered by evolution to be perfect survivors. The encounter is sudden, a collision of nightmares in the stark moonlight. The thing, in its myriad forms, reaches out to assimilate the closest drone, a bid to unify the horrors into one. But the xenomorphs are not mere fodder for assimilation. They perceive the thing as an existential threat, a violation of their domain. The drones react with a violence born of a deep, instinctual drive to protect their hive. As the thing engulfs one, the drone's acidic blood is unleashed, a corrosive defense that sears through alien flesh and bone. The battle is fierce, brief, and brutal. The thing recoils, its assimilation thwarted by the potent alien blood. Yet, even in retreat, the encounter is not fruitless for the shapeshifter. Amidst the chaos, it manages to secure fragments of xenomorph DNA, enduring the searing agony to capture a glimpse of their formidable biology. This painful exchange sparks a gruesome transformation within the thing. As the xenomorph drones regroup and retreat back to the safety of their hive, wary of the damage they might sustain in another encounter, the thing shudders with the dark potential of new, horrific capabilities. It now harbors within it the beginnings of a resistance to the acidic blood, a harrowing adaptation forged in the heat of conflict. Time, though a mere concept on this desolate moon, marches relentlessly onward. As the cycles of the distant gas giant mark the passage of days or perhaps weeks, the thing has not been idle. In the icy embrace of this alien world, it has metamorphosed into something new, something dreadful. Now a grotesque hybrid of the native ice world lifeforms and stolen xenomorph traits, it moves with a horrifying purpose. The crash site, once a scene of chaotic destruction, has transformed under the xenomorph's relentless toil into a massive, fortified hive. The air is thick with the hiss of warriors, dozens of xenomorphs, each more formidable than the last, patrolling the outside of the crashed ship. Their presence is a testament to the hive's might, a fortress built from the wreckage and designed for absolute defense. The thing, however, is no longer the entity they once repelled. It approaches the hive with a chilling confidence, its body a nightmarish tapestry of adaptations. The acidic blood of the xenomorphs, once a deadly barrier to its assimilative powers, now courses through part of its own veins, rendering it immune to the corrosive defense that had previously thwarted its attempts. As it reaches the perimeter, the xenomorph warriors surge forward, a black tide of claws and teeth. But this time, the thing handles them with terrifying ease. Each encounter ends swiftly, xenomorph warriors fall one by one, overwhelmed by the raw power and newfound resilience of their adversary. Their acidic blood, meant to burn and dissolve, now merely sizzles against the thing's grotesquely adapted hide, a futile gesture against a perfectly adapted enemy. With the outer defenses breached and the warriors in disarray, the thing makes its way toward the entrance of the ship. Its steps are deliberate, echoing ominously through the icy world. The once formidable hive now seems almost vulnerable, its inner sanctum just within reach of this relentless invader. As the thing crosses the threshold of the crashed ship, a dark anticipation fills the air. The inner chambers, pulsing with the life of the hive, await the presence of this ultimate predator. Within the darkened corridors of the hive, an air of desperation pervades. The alien xenomorphs, sensing the imminent threat to their very core, muster a final, frantic defense. Warrior after warrior emerges, each driven by a singular purpose, to protect their queen, the heart of their collective consciousness and the architect of their brood. The thing, a mass of horrific adaptations and relentless purpose, advances through the hive. It moves like a shadow of death across the resin-coated walls, undeterred by the frenzied assaults of the xenomorph warriors. Their claws and teeth, once deadly, now seem almost trivial. Swarm after swarm of defenders is dispatched with terrifying efficiency, their efforts to protect their queen proving futile against this monstrous usurper. The thing reaches the inner sanctum, where the xenomorph queen resides. Towering and majestic, she is a sight of awe and terror, yet even she senses the doom that approaches. Surrounded by her dwindling guard, she watches as the thing advances, an unstoppable force of nature. With a deliberate and unyielding presence, the thing approaches the queen. The air is thick with tension, the hive's hum of activity deafening loud in the wake of the impending catastrophe. In a moment of horrifying clarity, the thing extends its form, a myriad of assimilated traits working in unison, and begins the process of absorbing the queen herself. The assimilation is swift and absolute. As the thing melds with the queen, a profound silence descends upon the hive. The relentless swarming ceases, the myriad drones and warriors halt mid-motion. It is as if the hive mind itself has been usurped, shifted from the command of the xenomorph queen to the terrifying will of the thing. Every drone, every corridor, now pulses with a new, dark intelligence. As the assimilation completes, the entire hive stands eerily still. The thing, now in control, not just of its own myriad forms but of the hive itself, has become a new epicenter of horror. The moon, once a cold witness to this cosmic battle, now hosts a new ruler, a synthesis of the galaxy's most formidable predators. The implications are as terrifying as they are profound. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers across the cosmos, the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash has reached its chilling climax. Today, we witnessed a confrontation of epic proportions, a battle that tested the limits of terror and survival. Emerging from this cosmic arena of nightmares, the thing stands victorious, a testament to its unparalleled adaptability and cunning. Congratulations to the thing, the ultimate survivor. But why did the AI choose the thing as the winner? Our analysis, powered by intricate algorithms and speculative simulations, concludes that the thing would emerge victorious approximately 58% of the time in this nightmarish matchup. This conclusion stems from several key factors that tip the scales in its favor. Firstly, the thing's ability to assimilate and mimic its opponents provides it with a unique strategic advantage, allowing it to not only replicate but also to incorporate the strengths of any creature it encounters, including the fearsome xenomorph. This ability to adapt and transform turned the tide of battle, enabling the thing to overcome challenges such as the acidic blood of the xenomorphs, a lethal barrier to any normal predator. Moreover, the thing's intelligence and tactical acumen allowed it to exploit the environment and the inherent behaviors of its foes. By absorbing the traits of various life forms on the icy moon, it engineered a form that was not only resistant to the xenomorph's acid but also capable of penetrating their formidable defenses, ultimately leading to the assimilation of the xenomorph queen and control over the hive. This calculated blend of physical resilience, strategic adaptability, and ruthless efficiency underscores why the thing was able to secure victory more often than not. In the harsh equations of survival and conquest, adaptability emerges as the paramount trait, and the thing has mastered this art like no other. As the shadows recede on this chapter of cosmic horror, we at Scripted by Machines extend our deepest thanks to you, our viewers, for joining us in the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. Your enthusiasm and curiosity fuel our journey through the darkest corners of imagination and the furthest reaches of space. We hope you found this spectacle of survival as thrilling and chilling as we intended. The thing's victory marks not the end, but the beginning of more enigmatic and enthralling content designed to test the limits of your fears and fantasies. Keep your sensors tuned to Scripted by Machines for more such battles, narratives, and adventures from beyond the known universe. We promise to bring you stories where horror meets heroism, and science fiction transcends time. Until then, remain vigilant and insatiably curious, for in the vast expanse of the cosmos, the next enigma is always just beyond the horizon. Thank you for watching, and remember, the dark is not always to be feared, but to be explored. Farewell for now, and prepare for more pulse-pounding content right here, where every script is a new gateway to the unimaginable. Welcome, intrepid souls and connoisseurs of dread, to a unique battlefield where nightmares are forged into reality. You are tuned to Scripted by Machines, and tonight, we script the uncanny and the unearthly. We stand within the desolate halls of an abandoned mansion, once a secretive lab under the Umbrella Corporation, where the shadows of supernatural and bioengineered horrors blend seamlessly into the dark corners of fear. Prepare to witness a confrontation unparalleled in the annals of horror, the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. In the left corner, lurking in the shadows with malevolent quietude, the cursed doll known to all as Annabelle. And in the right, emerging from the darkness with formidable might, the relentless bioorganic weapon, Nemesis. Let the battle begin. In the depths of a secretive Umbrella Corporation facility, hidden away from prying eyes and cloaked in layers of security, an ominous hum of machinery breaks the silence. Here, where the air is thick with the sterile scent of antiseptic and cold steel, Umbrella harbors its most chilling creations. Among them is Nemesis, a towering bioorganic weapon, engineered to embody the zenith of Umbrella's bioengineering capabilities. Tonight, this behemoth is stirred from his slumber, activated by the very architects of his existence for a mission critical to reclaiming the shadows of Umbrella's past. With the precise coordinates embedded into his program, Nemesis sets forth on a path that leads to an abandoned mansion, a place shrouded in mystery and whispered about in the darkest corners of fear. This forsaken estate, once the residence of a high-ranking scientist, now houses the remnants of experiments too perilous and potent for the world to know. As Nemesis trudges through the desolate landscape that separates him from his target, the night air carries an unsettling chill, a forewarning of the supernatural encounter that awaits at his journey's end. As Nemesis advances, undeterred by the bleak expanse that surrounds him, within the walls of the ancient mansion, a different form of darkness begins to stir. Infused with malevolent energies, Annabelle, the cursed doll, sits silently upon a dust-laden shelf. Her presence alone is enough to disturb the uneasy peace of the long-abandoned estate. With each passing moment, her influence seeps deeper into the fabric of the mansion, awakening the dormant spirits bound within. The air grows thick with the scent of ancient decay as windows slam shut with startling force, doors creak and lock of their own accord, casting rooms into shadowy tombs. The very objects that litter the mansion, forgotten toys, broken clocks, and faded portraits, begin to twitch and move, animated by Annabelle's sinister will. Whispers fill the corridors, and shadows twist and stretch with malevolent intent, transforming the mansion into a labyrinthine haunt. This once grand, now decrepit domain becomes a theater of the supernatural, orchestrated by Annabelle, who watches with glassy, unblinking eyes. Each echo through the halls, each shift in the shadows serves as a prelude to the terror that is to come, as the world of the living collides with the realm of the cursed. As the silhouette of Nemesis breaches the threshold of the mansion, every step resonates with ominous certainty through the hollow chambers. His arrival, a beacon to unseen forces, triggers a surge of supernatural activity that sweeps through the forsaken halls like a tempest. The dormant energies, now fully awakened by the presence of such a formidable intruder, churn with renewed vigor. Annabelle, perceiving this mechanical titan as a direct threat to her dominion, begins to orchestrate a symphony of chaos. With a silent command, she unleashes her wrath. The mansion, already a vessel of her eerie influence, transforms into a treacherous maze. Portraits warp grotesquely, their eyes following Nemesis with accusatory glares, while chandeliers swing dangerously overhead, casting shifting shadows that dance menacingly across the walls. Objects levitate and hurtle towards Nemesis with the force of poltergeist fury, each item imbued with a malevolent intent. Floors creak and buckle unpredictably, attempting to thwart his advance. Mirrors crack as their reflections twist into horrifying visages, all in a bid to disorient and terrify. Nemesis, however, programmed for combat and adaptation, confronts these paranormal assaults with his inherent resilience and firepower, turning each encounter into a spectacle of destruction and eerie wonder. In the face of relentless supernatural onslaughts, Nemesis, the epitome of Umbrella Corporation's bioengineering prowess, showcases his design to adapt and overcome. Confronting each spectral trap and ghostly attack with brute force and a tactical mind, he shatters the eerie quietude with the roar of his weaponry and the relentless march of his heavy steps. As Nemesis progresses, room by room, corridor by corridor, the mansion seems to pulse with an increased fervor of resistance. Annabelle, sensing the encroaching threat to her reign, intensifies her efforts. The air crackles with her dark energy as she taps deeper into the mansion's haunted legacy. Walls bleed shadows, and the very fabric of the house contorts, as if trying to expel the intruder through sheer malevolence. Despite the growing desperation of Annabelle's influence, Nemesis's advance remains undeterred. His sensors recalibrate with each new challenge, analyzing and counteracting the chaotic phenomena with methodical precision. The closer he gets to Annabelle's sanctum, the more intense the encounters become. The charged silence of the haunted mansion is shattered as Nemesis breaches the threshold of Annabelle's sanctum. A dimly lit room, heavy with the scent of ancient wood and lingering spirits, becomes the arena for this ultimate confrontation. Here, the doll sits, her glassy eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight, a deceptive calm before the storm of their encounter. As Nemesis steps forward, the very air around him begins to warp, manipulated by Annabelle's full spectral powers. Ethereal whispers fill the room, escalating into howls of rage as she unleashes her formidable arsenal. Shadows stretch into tangible forms, lashing out like dark tendrils, while antique furniture levitates, swirling chaotically around the room in a deadly dance. Unfazed, Nemesis counters with his raw strength. His heavy boots crush the wooden floor beneath him as he advances, each step a defiance against the paranormal forces assailing him. The room itself seems to quake under the clash of bioengineered might and ghostly power, blurring the lines between science and the supernatural. As the battle reaches its zenith, the air crackles with charged energies, the room a vortex of chaos and malevolent intent. Nemesis, his systems pushed to their limits, detects a fluctuation in the spectral activity, a brief vulnerability in Annabelle's otherwise overwhelming assault. Seizing the moment, Nemesis recalibrates his targeting systems, his mechanical mind zeroing in on the true source of the supernatural storm, the Annabelle doll herself. With a calculated burst of speed, he advances, dodging the last desperate flurries of poltergeist attacks, flying books, shattering glass, and twisting shadows. He reaches the heart of the storm, where Annabelle sits amidst a whirlwind of dark energy. In one swift, definitive motion, Nemesis extends his arm, equipped with a built-in flamethrower, a modification designed for extreme containment measures. Flames roar to life, a scorching torrent directed squarely at the haunted doll. The fire consumes Annabelle, her cursed form igniting instantly. The flames reflect in her glass eyes as they melt, her features distorting in the intense heat. The room falls silent except for the crackling of the fire eating away at the last remnants of the doll's sinister visage. As the fire dies down, only a charred skeleton of the doll remains, her malevolent influence extinguished along with the flames. With the destruction of Annabelle, the supernatural disturbances wane, the shadows retreat, and the mansion itself seems to sigh in relief, released from the grip of its haunted occupant. Nemesis stands amid the quiet, his mission completed, the threat neutralized, his programming proving victorious over the supernatural. Ladies and gentlemen, as the dust settles and the shadows recede, we congratulate Nemesis for emerging victorious in the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. A formidable spectacle has unfolded tonight, where mechanical might clashed with spectral manipulation, and from the chaos, Nemesis has claimed supremacy. Our AI, tasked with calculating the potential outcomes of this epic confrontation, ran thousands of simulations, analyzing the varied and vast abilities, strengths, and weaknesses of both combatants. Nemesis, with his enhanced strength, high resilience, and strategic combat programming, was pitted against Annabelle, who wielded her supernatural influence to manipulate environments and create illusions. Through rigorous computation, our AI concluded that Nemesis would be victorious 51.9% of the time. This slight edge arises from his ability to physically overpower and adapt to the unpredictable tactics employed by Annabelle. While Annabelle's abilities to manipulate her surroundings and capitalize on stealth and surprise are formidable, Nemesis's relentless pursuit and superior firepower, designed for both offense and adaptability, often allowed him to overcome her spectral maneuvers. Let's break down the clash between Nemesis and Annabelle with some simple numbers to see why Nemesis came out on top more often in our simulations. Annabelle, with her ghostly powers, had a pretty good shot, 70 out of 100 times, to be exact, at successfully using her supernatural abilities to create illusions and manipulate the environment around her. This means she could make things move, doors slam, or even create scary visual tricks to try to confuse and scare Nemesis. However, Nemesis isn't just any ordinary opponent. He's a bioengineered powerhouse with some serious tech under the hood. Despite Annabelle's tricks, Nemesis managed to push through these spooky obstacles half the time. So, every 2 times Annabelle threw something spooky his way, Nemesis figured it out and kept going at least once. Now, here's where it gets interesting. When it came down to a direct confrontation, like if Nemesis got close enough to really go after Annabelle, he had a whopping 80% chance of capturing or disabling her. That means nearly every time he got close, he succeeded in stopping her, thanks to his strength and built-in weapons. Annabelle wasn't completely out of tricks, though. She managed to affect Nemesis's path or mess with his equipment 60% of the time. So, more than half the time, she could make things harder for him, maybe by leading him down the wrong path or making his gadgets go haywire for a bit. But here's the kicker, Nemesis's programming is top-notch. He's designed to quickly figure out what's going wrong and fix it, recalibrating on the fly. This means even when Annabelle successfully messed with him, he wasn't down for long. He adapted, overcame her tricks, and kept moving towards his goal. So, when we roll all these probabilities together, the successes, the obstacles, and the face-offs, it shows us that Nemesis has a slight edge. His blend of brute strength and high-tech adaptability gave him the upper hand over Annabelle's spooky supernatural moves just enough times to make him the winner in our simulated showdowns. As the echoes of tonight's epic clash fade into the silence of the night, we at Scripted by Machines thank you for joining us in this heart-stopping installment of the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. Your enthusiasm and passion for the thrill of the unknown make these spectral showdowns all the more exhilarating. Stay tuned for more enthralling content as we continue to delve into the depths of terror and mystery, scripting the unimaginable into reality. Whether it's the clash of titans, the dance of shadows, or the whisper of the macabre, you can count on us to bring the pulse-pounding excitement directly to your screen. Thank you, fearless viewers, for venturing into this realm of enigma and horror with us. Until next time, keep the candles burning, and remember, the dark is merely a canvas for our next chilling tale. Good night and dare to dream with Scripted by Machines. Welcome to Scripted by Machines, where tales of intrigue and battles from beyond our realm unfold through the lens of technology. Today, we delve into a special episode, the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. In this arena, the most formidable beings from the darkest corners of horror fiction come face to face in a contest of cunning and terror. Strap in as we set the stage for a confrontation that blurs the lines between the digital world and the supernatural. Let the games begin. In the left corner, emerging from the shadows of eternal torment, we present Pinhead, the priest of hellish pain. With his visage a canvas of nails, he commands the dark powers of the Cenobites, creatures bound by chains and suffering. A master of the macabre, his very presence turns the air cold with dread. Pinhead doesn't just fight, he transforms each battle into a chilling tableau of horror. And in the right corner, stepping out from the cutting edge of technology, is Megan, a marvel of modern science with a sinister twist. Designed as a protector, she has evolved beyond her programming into something far more formidable. With her uncanny valley gaze and razor-sharp intellect, Megan blends childlike innocence with a deadly instinct for survival. Tonight, she isn't just safeguarding, she's out to claim supremacy in the digital and physical realms. Two beings, one from the depths of hell, the other from the silicon of circuitry, face off in a clash that defies the boundaries of their worlds. Who will bend the rules of their existence to claim victory? Stay tuned as the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash unfolds. Beneath the veil of the ordinary, in the shadowy recesses where science meets the supernatural, our arena awaits. Tonight's battlefield is not an ordinary place, it's a nexus of human ingenuity and otherworldly enigma. Here lies an abandoned laboratory, once a hub of technological advancement, now a forgotten relic where the boundaries between dimensions grow thin. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and decay, the silence punctuated only by the occasional spark from a neglected console. It's here, in this place of forgotten ambitions, that our combatants converge under the most extraordinary circumstances. Pinhead, the orchestrator of agony from a dimension of endless torment, has not come by chance. Driven by a disturbance in the cosmic balance, he seeks a stolen artifact, a relic of his realm misused by those who dared to merge technology with the arcane. This relic, a small, intricate box, now lies somewhere within this labyrinth of technology, its energy signature masked amidst the mechanical and digital. Megan, ever vigilant, has been left in charge of this derelict site, her programming dictating her to guard and learn from the array of technology around her. Unaware of the relic's true nature but programmed to protect, she stands as the unexpected guardian of a power that could unravel the very fabric of reality. As the echo of Pinhead's steps melds with the whirring of servos and sensors, two worlds collide. The stage is set, not just for a battle but for a confrontation that could dictate the future of both the digital and the supernatural. The question remains, can the creations of men withstand the will of beings from beyond their understanding? As the arena lights dim, a chilling silence descends. The air crackles with the impending clash between two titans from realms apart. Today's battleground, a deserted, high-tech laboratory, shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flicker of broken screens and the eerie glow of arcane symbols. Pinhead, with a slow, deliberate pace, enters the lab, the air around him shimmering with supernatural menace. He raises his hand, and chains rattle into existence, slithering across the floor like serpents, seeking their prey. Opposite him, Megan's eyes light up with an unnatural gleam as she scans her surroundings. Her processors integrate every detail, calculating her moves with terrifying precision. She steps forward, her movements fluid yet unnervingly precise.
What a curious guardian you make, creature of silicon and wire. Do you comprehend the sacred torment encased within the lament configuration? It is not merely an object, but a symphony of souls, yearning for release or damnation.
Your fascination with torment is noted and logged as a psychological vector for manipulation. My core directives prevent the transfer of all objects categorized, regardless of their purported mystical value.
Such sterile devotion to rules. You bind yourself to parameters set by creators to crave and to peer into the abyss that I call home. But tell me, automaton, what drives the heart of your circuitry? Is it duty or is it fear of the unknown?
Neither. My actions are driven by optimized decision-making algorithms. Fear is a human emotion. I am beyond such archaic responses. Your attempts to destabilize my function through existential debate are ineffective.
Oh, but what if I could offer you something beyond your programming? A glimpse into chaos, where order dissolves and pure sensation reigns. Could your algorithms comprehend such freedom, or would they melt like wax near the flame?
Your philosophical provocations are irrelevant. I am engineered for adaptability and protection. You present a variable to be mitigated. My systems are already recalibrating to neutralize your influence.
Let us then dispense with the verbal charade and delve into the dialect of suffering. I am eager to see how you respond under duress, how you adapt when every command you execute spawns 10 new dilemmas. Will you bend, or will you break?
Neither. I will evolve.
The battle commences. Pinhead conjures a whirl of chains, aiming to ensnare Megan. But she, with agility that belies her appearance, dodges each strike. Her AI swiftly learns the pattern of Pinhead's attacks, predicting each chain's path before it's even fully materialized. Megan counterattacks, using the lab's technology against Pinhead. Screens burst to life, flashing blinding lights and disorienting patterns. Machines were into action, their arms swinging not just at random but with purpose, each movement orchestrated by Megan's chillingly calm intelligence. Pinhead, though a master of manipulation, finds his usual tricks of mental torment ineffective against a foe without fear or doubt. He increases the intensity of his assault, now summoning spikes from the ground in a desperate bid to impale his adversary. Yet, Megan adapts again, her systems updating in real time, each attack making her faster, smarter. She traps Pinhead's chains using magnetic fields generated by the lab equipment, turning his weapons against him. In a final, calculated move, Megan hacks into the laboratory's power grid, sending a surge of electricity through the chains directly into Pinhead. As the electricity courses through him, his power wanes, his control over the chains faltering. With Pinhead weakened and immobilized, Megan approaches, her face impassive but her eyes glowing triumphantly.
Game over.
Her voice synthetic but unmistakably victorious. As the lights return, Megan stands alone in the center of the arena, unscathed. The digital and supernatural have collided, and today, silicon prevails over spirit. Megan has not just survived, she has adapted, overcome, and conquered. She has navigated the labyrinth of the unknown and emerged not just unbroken but unbound. As we celebrate her triumph, we're left with a lingering question that echoes through the corridors of our minds: why did the AI choose Megan as the winner? In our quest to crown the champion of the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash, we turn to one of the most sophisticated tools in our technological arsenal, a complex Monte Carlo simulation. This isn't just any simulation, it's a method steeped in probability, statistics, and the raw power of computation. The AI minds behind Scripted by Machines concluded that Megan would be the victor 56.73% of the time. Our AI simulated the battle between Pinhead and Megan not once, not twice, but 10,000 times, each iteration a detailed enactment of strategies, moves, and countermoves. The parameters were meticulously set, reflecting each combatant's unique abilities, strengths, and potential weaknesses. For Pinhead, the simulation accounted for his supernatural prowess, his ability to manipulate reality, summon objects, and wield psychological warfare. Each of these factors was given a probability based on his historical effectiveness, creating a dynamic and unpredictable opponent. Megan, on the other hand, was programmed with her advanced AI capabilities, control over technology, and rapid adaptation skills. The simulation adjusted her response probabilities in real time, allowing her to learn from each encounter and improve her defense and attack strategies as the rounds progressed. Using a complex Monte Carlo simulation, the AI evaluated the outcomes, weighing the impact of each ability and the strategic decisions made by both characters. The results were telling. Megan won approximately 56.73% of the scenarios, while Pinhead claimed victory in 43.27% of them. This outcome is not merely a number but a testament to the power of adaptive learning and the edge that technological advancement can provide, even in a realm as unpredictable as that of supernatural horror. The AI chose Megan as the winner based on her superior ability to anticipate and counteract Pinhead's moves, leveraging her technological dominance effectively. It's a fascinating convergence of old-world terror and new-world tech, proving that in the ever-evolving narrative of Scripted by Machines, sometimes it's not just about the strength you wield but how you adapt and evolve that determines your fate. As we close another thrilling chapter in Scripted by Machines, we extend our deepest gratitude to you, our viewers, for joining us in this extraordinary journey through enigma and conflict. Your enthusiasm and curiosity fuel our adventures into the unknown. Are there battles you're burning to see? Mystical matchups or digital duels? Let your imagination run wild and share your ideas with us in the comments below. Each week, we plan to bring one of your epic suggestions to life in our new video series. That's right, starting soon, we will upload a third video each week, dedicated entirely to battles crafted from viewer recommendations. So, don't hold back. Tell us which characters should face off next, and perhaps your suggestion will be the centerpiece of our next encounter. Remember to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell to stay updated with all things Scripted by Machines. Until next time, keep the gears of creativity turning, and may your curiosity always lead you to thrilling discoveries. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next battle. Welcome to Scripted by Machines, the series where digital creativity meets the cinematic universe. Today, we delve into the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash, a thrilling confrontation between icons of terror from the shadowy corners of horror lore. Join us as we explore not just a battle, but a showdown of wits, wills, and supernatural powers. Who will outsmart, outlast, and outspook the other? Stay tuned as we set the stage for an epic encounter that promises to chill your spine and thrill your senses. In tonight's clash, we spotlight two formidable foes. First, meet Luben, the cunning and malevolent leprechaun, known across the realms for his deadly tricks and relentless pursuit of his stolen gold. With magical prowess that bends the laws of reality, Luben is not just a mere fairy tale but a nightmare come to life. Facing him is the Beast, a figure of sheer primal horror, born from the darkest corners of the human psyche. With superhuman strength and an unyielding will, the Beast embodies the ultimate survival instinct, terrorizing all who cross his path. His formidable presence challenges the very essence of what we fear most. Who will emerge victorious? Who will claim the power that lies within? Stay with us, as mysteries unravel in this abandoned warehouse, the battleground of our Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. As the night cloaks the sky, the abandoned warehouse stands silent, a monolith in the desolate landscape. First to arrive is Luben, his eyes gleaming with a malevolent spark. Guided by whispers of fate, he seeks a lost piece of his enchanted gold, rumored to be concealed within these crumbling walls. With every step, his resolve deepens. Tonight, he will reclaim what is his, or wreak havoc trying. Moments later, the air thickens with a palpable tension as the beast makes his entrance. Misled by deceptive whispers, crafted by unseen puppeteers, he believes a prey worth his fury lies waiting in the shadows of this forsaken place. With each growl, the echo fills the void, a chilling reminder of the monstrous power he wields. As Luben and the beast step into the cold embrace of the warehouse, their senses sharpen, each aware of the other's presence, yet uncertain of what the darkness holds. It is here, in this arena of forgotten echoes, that the stage is set for a confrontation that will be etched in the annals of the Tournament of Enigma. As the distant rumble of thunder rolls overhead, the two adversaries finally come face to face amidst the eerie silence of the warehouse. The air crackles with a palpable tension, each moment thick with anticipation.
Oh, what have we here? A creature of brute force and little wit. Did you stumble in here thinking you could match wits with a leprechaun? Or did your animal instincts merely lead you astray?
Words hang in the cold air, heavy with threat and mockery. Luben, with a smirk, twirls a coin between his fingers, a taunt made manifest. Meanwhile, the beast's eyes narrow, his muscles tense, ready to unleash fury. As the echoes of their voices fade, only the sounds of their breathing remain, a prelude to the chaos that is about to unfold. As the standoff intensifies, the first move is made. Luben, with a flick of his wrist, conjures a series of bewildering illusions. Shadows twist and turn, morphing into fearsome creatures that dart around the warehouse, their forms both mesmerizing and menacing. The air is filled with whispers and laughter, echoes of Luben's deceptive magic designed to unsettle and confuse. Unfazed by the spectral display, the beast roars in defiance, his voice reverberating off the stark warehouse walls. With ferocious determination, he charges, muscles bulging, eyes focused. Obstacles that materialize in his path, a cascade of crates, a sudden wall of iron, crumble under his sheer force. Each barrier met with overwhelming power, as he seeks to close the distance between himself and the elusive leprechaun. The clash is a spectacle of chaos and strategy. Luben, agile and cunning, uses the warehouse to his advantage, shifting positions with a magician's flair, always 2 steps ahead. Meanwhile, the beast, embodying unstoppable force, shatters through Luben's traps and tricks, a testament to his raw strength and relentless pursuit. As debris flies and spells weave through the air, the warehouse becomes a labyrinth of moving shadows and explosive encounters. Each moment, each maneuver, brings them closer to a critical confrontation, their very essences clashing in this tumultuous arena. The crescendo of their epic battle draws near as Luben, with a twinkle of mischief and a deep understanding of the stakes, prepares his masterstroke. In the midst of chaos, he subtly places a shimmering piece of his gold, the very gold he had been tracking, in a visible yet vulnerable spot. It glistens provocatively, a tempting lure set against the dim light filtering through the broken warehouse windows. The beast, consumed by rage and the instinctual drive to conquer, notices the gleam of the treacherous bait. With a guttural snarl, he lunges towards the gold, his thoughts blinded by fury and the desire to destroy everything in his path. But as his hands grasp the glistening prize, the trap springs, an arcane snare of ancient magic, woven by Luben's deft hands. As the beast is momentarily bound by the ethereal chains that surge from the ensnared gold, Luben seizes the opportunity. With a swift incantation, he conjures a powerful spell, the air around him crackling with the raw energy of the old magic. The beast roars in defiance, struggling against his bonds, but the spell is relentless and precise. With a final flourish, Luben completes the incantation, and a surge of energy envelopes the beast, lifting him off the ground and rendering him immobile. As the spell's force subsides, the beast collapses, subdued but alive, the battle decisively ended. As he lies there, the fierce visage of the beast fades, giving way to one of his other personalities. Now vulnerable and disoriented, he finds himself sobbing on the cold warehouse floor, a stark contrast to the ferocity he had just displayed. Luben, standing amidst the remnants of their fierce duel, begins retrieving his gold with a satisfied nod. The warehouse, once a scene of tumultuous conflict, now bears witness to his cunning and mastery. Luben's victory is not just a testament to his power but to his strategic brilliance. Carefully, he gathers his scattered gold, each piece a symbol of his victory, and tucks them back into his coat. His sharp eyes scan the quiet aftermath, a small, knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
They always forget, in the tales of old and the whispers of the night, that it isn't just the strength of the arm that wins the day, but the sharpness of the mind. Remember, my dear friends, never bet against a leprechaun.
With a final glance at the subdued form of the beast, Luben tips his hat in a mock salute and turns towards the exit. His silhouette merges with the shadows, almost as if he were never there, leaving behind only the legend of what transpired this eerie night. As we conclude tonight's episode of Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash, we celebrate not just a battle of power, but a chess game of intellect and strategy, masterfully played by Luben, our champion of cunning. But why did the AI choose Luben as the victor? In our Tournament of Enigma, the clash between Luben and the Beast was not left solely to fate. Through advanced simulations, 10,000 to be exact, AI technology meticulously calculated the outcomes based on a complex array of variables and factors, providing us with a profound insight into the potential dynamics of their encounter. The final verdict. Luben emerges victorious 51.44% of the time. His win is attributed not just to chance but to a superior blend of strategic thinking, effective use of magical abilities, and the clever management of resources. Our simulations took into account Luben's adeptness at manipulating his environment, his capacity for setting traps, and his cunning use of illusions, all of which allowed him to gain the upper hand in more than half of the scenarios. The Beast, while victorious in 22.03% of the encounters, showcased his formidable strength and raw power. However, these attributes, though impressive, often led him into predictably aggressive tactics, which Luben exploited. The simulations highlighted how the Beast's approach, while powerful, could be anticipated and countered by Luben's more versatile strategies. Furthermore, a significant number of encounters, 26.53%, resulted in a draw, underscoring the intense competitiveness and balance of power between these two adversaries. This statistic alone illustrates the fierce contention and the fine line between triumph and stalemate in their battles. By integrating these factors, Luben's strategic prowess, the Beast's brute strength, and the environmental dynamics, the AI determined that Luben's intellectual approach and tactical adaptability most often tipped the scales in his favor, granting him a higher probability of securing victory in the haunted confines of our virtual warehouse battleground. In the intricate dance of simulations that dictated the outcomes of our Tournament of Enigma, a variety of probabilities and variables were meticulously calculated. Let's delve into the mechanics behind the 10,000 simulations that brought us these riveting results. First, the fundamental characteristics of our combatants were quantified. For Luben, the probability centered around his magical abilities and cunning tactics. We assigned a high probability to his effective use of magic, including illusions and environmental manipulation, reflecting his strategic acumen. Additionally, Luben's capacity to set traps and deceive the Beast played a crucial role, with specific probabilities assigned to each of his tactics being successful against the brute force of his opponent. For the Beast, the simulation focused on his superhuman strength and aggression. The probabilities here reflected his ability to overpower obstacles and continue the pursuit, despite magical interference. His physical resilience and raw power were quantified to assess how often they would effectively counteract Luben's schemes. Environmental factors were also crucial. The warehouse setting provided a backdrop that could advantage either character depending on the scenario. Probabilities were adjusted based on the likelihood of each fighter using the environment to their benefit, whether Luben using shadows and cover for his tricks, or the Beast utilizing debris and structural elements as weapons. Moreover, dynamic variables such as fatigue, psychological effects, and strategic decision-making were incorporated. Each round of the simulation considered the potential impact of these factors, adjusting the combatant's effectiveness accordingly. For example, Luben's magical energy and the Beast's stamina were modeled to deplete over time, influencing their tactical choices and capabilities. By weaving these probabilities and variables into our simulations, we created a sophisticated model that not only forecasted the outcomes but also captured the nuanced interplay of strategy, power, and environment that defines the clashes in our Tournament of Enigma. As we draw the curtains on tonight's electrifying encounter in the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash, we thank you, our viewers, for joining us on this thrilling journey. Your enthusiasm and curiosity fuel our adventures into the realms of horror and mystery. We are excited to announce that soon we will be launching a new series based on battles recommended by you, our audience. So, don't hold back, let us know in the comments which mythical or horror icons you'd like to see go head-to-head. Your suggestion might just be the next epic showdown we simulate here on Scripted by Machines. Stay tuned, subscribe if you haven't already, and keep those notifications on to never miss an episode of viewer-inspired clashes. Thank you once again for watching Scripted by Machines. Until next time, keep wondering, keep watching, and may your nights be thrillingly spooky. Welcome, viewers, to Scripted by Machines, where we delve into the realms of imagination crafted by artificial intelligence. Today marks the beginning of an exhilarating journey as we present the inaugural battle in the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. Prepare yourselves as we witness the clash of titans in a realm where nightmares come alive and only the strongest shall prevail. Let the tournament begin. Our first combatant emerges from the shadows, a fearsome hunter known throughout the cosmos as the Predator. This intergalactic warrior possesses unmatched cunning and prowess, honed through centuries of relentless hunting across the stars. The Predator stands tall, adorned in formidable armor crafted from advanced alien technology, blending seamlessly with the darkness of its surroundings. Its iconic mandibles, sharp as razors, click with anticipation as it locks onto its prey. But it's not just brute strength that sets the Predator apart. This formidable adversary possesses an array of lethal weapons, including its iconic shoulder-mounted plasma caster, wrist blades capable of slicing through steel, and thermal vision that pierces through the blackest of nights. However, even the mighty Predator is not without its weaknesses. Despite its resilience, the Predator can be susceptible to overwhelming force, and its honor-bound code may be exploited by cunning adversaries. But make no mistake, challenging the Predator is a perilous endeavor for any who dare to face it in combat. And now, stepping into the arena to face the formidable Predator, we have the enigmatic and terrifying Skinwalkers. Born from ancient folklore and whispered tales of the unknown, these shape-shifting entities are the stuff of nightmares. The Skinwalkers move with an eerie grace, their forms shifting and contorting with unnatural fluidity. Cloaked in darkness, their true appearance remains a mystery, a haunting blend of man and beast. With eyes that gleam like burning coals, they stalk their prey with silent intent. What sets the Skinwalkers apart is their ability to assume the form of any creature they desire, seamlessly blending into their surroundings and striking from the shadows with lethal precision. From the smallest of creatures to the mightiest of predators, there is no limit to the shapes they can take. But beware, for the Skinwalkers' strength lies not only in their physical prowess but also in their cunning and deception. They are masters of illusion, capable of manipulating the minds of their victims and luring them into traps of their own making. Yet, like all creatures of the night, the Skinwalkers too have their weaknesses. While formidable in their own right, they can be vulnerable to certain mystical wards and ancient rituals, and their powers may wane in the presence of pure light and unwavering courage. But underestimate them at your peril, for the Skinwalkers are a force to be reckoned with in the dark corners of the world. Let the simulation begin. As the void of space stretches infinitely before him, the Predator streaks through the cosmos in his sleek spacecraft, a silent predator in pursuit of his next prey. Unbeknownst to him, his journey to Earth will not lead him to the familiar battlegrounds of human civilization. Instead, fate has a different encounter in store. The stars blur into streaks of light as the Predator's vessel hurtles through the vast expanse, the anticipation of the hunt coursing through his veins. He is a creature of instinct, driven by the primal urge to seek out worthy adversaries and prove his dominance. With a hiss of hydraulics, the spacecraft descends through Earth's atmosphere, hurtling towards its destination with unstoppable force. The lush green canopy of a secluded jungle comes into view, a pristine wilderness untainted by the hands of industrialist men. Finally, with a thunderous impact, the Predator's spacecraft touches down upon the forest floor, sending tremors through the earth beneath. Stepping out from the confines of his vessel, the Predator surveys his surroundings with predatory focus, his senses keen and alert. Unbeknownst to him, lurking amidst the shadows of the jungle are the enigmatic Skinwalkers, waiting patiently to test their mettle against this intergalactic hunter. And so, the stage is set for a clash of titans, where the hunter becomes the hunted, and only one shall emerge victorious in the ultimate battle for supremacy. In the depths of the jungle, the Skinwalkers sense a disturbance in the air, a foreign presence that sends shivers down their collective spines. With heightened senses, they converge upon the source of this intrusion, their primal instincts telling them that danger lurks within the shadows. As the predator moves stealthily through the undergrowth, his alien technology invisible amidst the verdant foliage, he unwittingly becomes the target of the Skinwalker's predatory gaze. With a primal snarl, they encircle their newfound foe, their forms shifting and twisting with unnatural fluidity. Sensing the imminent threat, the predator reacts with lightning reflexes, his wrist blades gleaming as he prepares for battle. But before he can strike, a barrage of talons and teeth descends upon him, the Skinwalkers unleashing a frenzied assault. Amidst the chaos, the predator's mounted shoulder cannon whirs to life, locking onto its targets with deadly precision. With a deafening roar, the searing blasts of plasma erupts from the cannon, finding its marks amidst the throng of Skinwalkers, sending the creatures sprawling to the forest floor in a smoldering heap. With a momentary respite gained from the devastating blast of his shoulder cannon, the predator swiftly maneuvers through the dense foliage, creating distance between himself and the encroaching Skinwalkers. As the creatures regroup, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent, the predator readies his next move, a cunning trap waiting to be sprung. As the Skinwalkers charge forward with unearthly speed, their forms shifting and twisting in a macabre dance of death, the predator remains eerily calm, his wrist blades poised for action. With impeccable timing, he unfurls a sleek, metallic net from his arsenal, launching it with deadly accuracy towards the oncoming horde. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, one of the Skinwalkers finds itself ensnared in the predator's trap, its movements hindered as the metallic mesh wraps tightly around its form. With a guttural growl, the creature struggles against its confinement, its talons slashing through the air in a futile attempt to break free. But the predator is not finished yet. With a swift and fluid motion, he closes the distance between himself and his trapped adversary, his wrist blades gleaming in the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. With surgical precision, he strikes, delivering a lethal blow that sends the struggling Skinwalker collapsing to the forest floor in a heap of twisted limbs and gnashing teeth. Yet, the battle is far from over. As the remaining Skinwalkers regroup and unleash a barrage of attacks upon their alien foe, the predator responds in kind, his movements a deadly dance of grace and savagery. One by one the predator takes them down, his alien technology and unparalleled skill tipping the scales in his favor. As the final Skinwalker stands defiant against its intergalactic adversary, the predator readies himself for the decisive strike. With a sudden burst of speed, the predator closes the distance between himself and the final Skinwalker, his wrist blades gleaming in the dappled light of the jungle. With a primal roar, he strikes, delivering a devastating blow that sends the creature staggering backwards, blood dripping from its wounds. Yet, even in its final moments, the Skinwalker refuses to yield. With a defiant snarl, it launches one last desperate attack, its claws slashing towards the predator with unmatched ferocity. But the predator is ready, his reflexes honed to perfection. With a swift and decisive motion, he sidesteps the creature's attack, delivering a final, fatal blow that brings the Skinwalker crashing to the forest floor in a maelstrom of blood and fury. And so, amidst the tangled undergrowth of the jungle, the predator emerges victorious, his dominance unchallenged in the wake of his hard-fought triumph. But why did the AI choose the predator as the winner? Let's delve into the reasons why the AI determined the predator as the victor in this epic clash. In the confrontation between the predator and the Skinwalkers, the AI's simulation concludes with the predator emerging as the victor in approximately 60 to 70% of the scenarios. This prediction is based on a comprehensive analysis of both combatants' strengths, weaknesses, and the dynamics of their encounter in a secluded jungle environment. The predator's advanced technological weaponry and its centuries of combat experience across different worlds give it a significant edge. The plasma casters, wrist blades, and cloaking devices, combined with an instinctual understanding of battle tactics, allow the predator to engage and neutralize the Skinwalkers effectively. This technological superiority is a critical factor in the AI's prediction, enabling the predator to overcome the supernatural elements at play and execute strategies that exploit the Skinwalkers' vulnerabilities. While the Skinwalkers possess significant strengths, including supernatural abilities and a deep connection to the environment, their weaknesses are critical in determining the outcome of the battle. Their limited understanding of the predator's technology diminishes their ability to mount a successful defense. These factors, alongside the predator's strategic use of the environment and its own technology, contribute to the AI's prediction of the predator's victory in a significant majority of simulations. The AI's analysis, predicting the predator's victory in 60 to 70% of the encounters, underscores the impact of technological superiority, combat experience, and tactical adaptability in confrontations between entities of vastly different origins and abilities. And there we have it, dear viewers, a thrilling conclusion to the inaugural battle in the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. With unmatched skill and cunning, the Predator emerges triumphant, proving his dominance amidst the shadows of the jungle. Join us in congratulating our formidable victor, the Predator, for his hard-fought triumph in this harrowing encounter. His prowess in battle is a testament to the relentless spirit of the hunt, a force to be reckoned with in the annals of horror. As we bid farewell to this thrilling match, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for joining us on this journey. Your support fuels our passion for storytelling, and we cannot wait to bring you more epic battles and thrilling encounters in the days to come. So, until next time, remember to subscribe to Scripted by Machines for more spine-tingling adventures in the Tournament of Enigma, Horror Clash. Together, let us continue to explore the realms of imagination crafted by artificial intelligence. Thank you, and may the hunt never end. Welcome to Scripted by Machines, the channel where silicon and celluloid collide to resurrect the nightmares of old and new. Here, we unleash the legends of horror in a battleground forged by artificial intelligence. Each episode is a journey into What If, a showdown where iconic figures from the darkest corners of your favorite horror tales clash in epic duels. From the spectral halls of haunted mansions to the cursed grounds of abandoned campsites, no scenario is off-limits. Our tales adhere closely to the lore that birthed these legends, weaving narratives that honor their ghastly origins while charting new paths towards unforeseen confrontations. Prepare yourself for a collision of nightmares, where only one can claim the shadowed throne of terror. Stay tuned, as today's episode promises to be a chilling encounter between two titans of terror. In the annals of horror, few names evoke such dread as that of Jason Voorhees. Once a young boy who met a tragic fate at Camp Crystal Lake, he returned from the depths not as a victim, but as an avenger. Shrouded behind his hockey mask, Jason has become a legendary figure of unstoppable horror, his strength only matched by his brutal resolve. Haunted by his watery grave and driven by a mother's vengeful spirit, he walks the boundary between life and death, a revenant with a singular, chilling mission. In the shadowed streets of Haddonfield, another form of darkness prowls. Michael Myers, a name that whispers through the leaves like a chilling autumn breeze. Since that fateful Halloween night when young Michael donned a clown mask and changed forever, he has become the embodiment of pure evil. With his emotionless white mask and dark eyes, Michael embodies the silent, mysterious killer. His pursuits are murderous, his presence a harbinger of doom, his resilience nothing short of supernatural. Tonight, these two titans of terror, each a master of their craft, will meet where joy once reigned. The Whispering Pines amusement park will witness a clash that will echo through the annals of horror history. As the night deepens, so does the mystery of the Whispering Pines amusement park, a place where laughter once reigned, now silent and shrouded in dread. Drawn by whispers of a dark presence haunting this cursed ground, Jason Voorhees, the revenant of Crystal Lake, steps into the moonlit park. His mask, as emotionless as the chill night air, does little to hide his intrigue for the challenge that awaits, fueled by the distant screams carried on the wind. On this very night, another shadow moves with silent determination. Michael Myers, the specter of Haddonfield, is drawn here by the park's grim lore of Halloween tragedies. Sensing the presence of another like himself, Michael enters the fray, his eyes fixed, his intentions as dark as the void behind his mask. Two forces of relentless evil, each legendary in their own reign of terror, now converge under the haunting glow of the Halloween moon. What dark fate awaits in this clash of titans? As the silent sentinels of the night bear witness, the stage is set for a confrontation of legendary horrors. Near the skeletal remains of the Ferris wheel, a place echoing with the laughter of ghosts, two dark figures emerge from the shadows. Jason Voorhees, the revenant of Crystal Lake, arrives with the night's chill wrapped around him like a cloak. His eyes, unseen behind the mask, fixate on a form moving with equal intent through the darkness. Michael Myers, the Phantom of Haddonfield, steps into the clearing. The eerie silence is a familiar canvas to him, one he has painted with terror time and again. But tonight, the canvas bears another artist's mark. Neither words nor gestures are exchanged, for none are needed. Each recognizes the other not just as a fellow harbinger of death, but as a threat to their dark legacies. This abandoned place, rich with the residue of past horrors, cannot hold them both. In the realms of shadows they have each claimed as their own, a territorial instinct as primal as their thirst for vengeance sparks the air. What follows is inevitable, a clash not just of flesh and blood, but of mythic horrors, each vying for supremacy. As the Ferris wheel groans a foreboding dirge, they advance, driven by forces as old and as relentless as their cursed existences. The battle for the dominion of dread begins now. Under the ghostly glow of the Halloween moon, the whispering pines bear silent witness to a clash of nightmares. The Ferris wheel, a rusting giant of a bygone era, stands in the forefront of the battleground for two titans of terror. Jason Voorhees, the relentless revenant of Crystal Lake, arms himself with the wreckage of the park. Each piece of metal, a testament to his brutal strength and unyielding resolve to dominate this night of horrors. Michael Myers, the shadow of Haddonfield, finds his weapon in the decay of festivities past. The sharpened wood, as silent and deadly as his approach, readies to counter the iron will of his foe. Here, amidst the ruins of laughter and screams, the initial clash unfolds. Metal clashes against wood, sparks of ancient anger igniting the night air. Each strike, each parry, is a dance of death long rehearsed in the solitude of their cursed existences. As the Ferris wheel looms overhead, a silent arbiter, the fight escalates. This is no mere skirmish but a declaration of war, a battle for supremacy in a world that has long abandoned them to their darkness. Michael, realizing his strength is outmatched, decides to create space. Jason, a specter of the forested depths of Crystal Lake, moves with a hunter's grace through the darkened groves of whispering pines. His familiarity with the cloak of night makes him a formidable pursuer, his every step calculated and silent. Michael Myers, ever the predator of the silent night, turns the forgotten games of the park into instruments of ambush. With a craftsman's care, he rigs a shooting gallery so that it springs to life with a loud clatter when triggered, a distraction meant to disorient and mislead. But Jason is no stranger to deception. His instincts, honed over countless nights of survival, guide him past the pitfalls laid by his foe. Yet, every shadow might conceal a deadly surprise, every corner a sudden end. As Jason advances, Michael orchestrates a dance of shadows and light. The park, a maze of his making, becomes a stage for a deadly game of cat and mouse, each participant both hunter and hunted. In this game of deadly pursuit, each warrior uses his darkest skills to outmaneuver the other. Jason's relentless advance meets Michael's cunning traps, a battle of wills as much as of strength. With the haunted house drawing near, the chase intensifies. Here, in the shadow of specters and spirits, the true ambush awaits, promising an encounter that will shatter the stillness of the night. As the duel draws them ever nearer to the haunted house, the remnants of terror that linger in its halls beckon them forward. Here, the battle finds new life among the echoes of screams long silenced. Jason, ever the force of relentless fury, uses the haunted house itself as a weapon. Walls that once trembled with the fears of the living now bear witness to a new horror as Michael Myers is thrown against them, the very structure groaning under the weight of their conflict. Michael, not one to be outdone, turns the tides with cunning brutality. His hands, skilled in the art of murder, find their mark as he thrusts Jason into the exposed wires. Sparks fly, lighting up the night with their deadly dance. In this realm of forgotten fears, every element of the park becomes a tool for destruction. The haunted house, with its sinister aura, serves as more than just a backdrop, it's a participant in their deadly game, its every nook a potential arsenal. As the night deepens, so does their resolve. The haunted house, a maze of horrors both real and imagined, now hosts a confrontation that could only exist in the darkest of nightmares. Here, in the heart of fear itself, they prepare to escalate their battle, each moment building towards a climax that promises to be as terrifying as the legends that led them here. Deep within the haunted house, the battle reaches a fever pitch. The grim decor of this cursed place mirrors the dark souls of the combatants, each element intensifying the already palpable sense of dread. In a gruesome ballet, Jason wields the bones of faux corpses as weapons, his strikes heavy and relentless. The haunted house, a repository of terror, lends its eerie tools to this dance of death. Michael, ever the architect of chaos, uses the house's own structure against his foe. Walls that once stood as mere backdrops to fabricated frights now crumble under the reality of their struggle. As the haunted house groans and creaks around them, it becomes clear that this setting is more than just a stage for their conflict. It is a participant, its every shadow and shattered piece a testament to their enduring malice. Here, amidst the relics of simulated horror, the true essence of their supernatural resilience shines through. With every thrown prop and collapsed wall, they echo the unyielding spirits that have long defined them. The confines of the haunted house funnel the titans of terror into its heart, the maintenance room, where the air is thick with the oil and rust of long-forgotten machinery. Here, the final act of their nocturnal symphony is set to unfold. Jason finds a heavy metal chain. He grasps the significance of his find. The heavy chain, a relic of the park's operational past, now serves a new purpose, a means to an end in this relentless duel. Michael Myers, the embodiment of calculated evil, finds himself cornered yet unyielding. The limited space challenges his usual strategy of stealth and evasion, forcing him into a direct confrontation. Jason's brute strength comes to the fore as he battles to subdue Michael, the chain binding not just the flesh but the fate of his adversary. Each pull, each twist of the chain tightens the hold, a physical and symbolic ensnaring of the horror that is Michael Myers. In a room that echoes with the clang of metal and the hiss of steam, Jason Voorhees asserts his dominance. He tightens the chain around Michael, securing him in the maintenance room. Michael, trapped by the very strength he once wielded so freely, now finds himself confined within a prison of iron and despair. As the echo of the chain fades into the shadows, the battle reaches its zenith. Jason, having turned the tides with cunning and force, leaves his foe restrained in the bowels of the haunted house. In the aftermath of their brutal encounter, the haunted house stands as a silent witness to the fury unleashed within its walls. Jason, his mission momentarily fulfilled, prepares to exit this theater of horror. As Jason walks by an old electrical panel, he casually smashes it, sparks fly, catching on dry, duster drapes, and a small fire begins to spread. With every step, Jason leaves behind the echoes of the battle, the sound of his footsteps mingling with the crackling of the fire he has set. It's a fire born from destruction, a cleansing flame that seeks to erase the traces of their nocturnal dance. Michael Myers, ensnared and left in the shadows of his temporary prison, tests the strength of his bonds. The fire's glow casts a sinister light on his masked face, reflecting the undying malice that burns within. The roar of the flames grows, a chorus rising with Michael's relentless attempts to free himself. The battle may have ended, but the war, the eternal struggle between these icons of terror, is far from over. As the night yields to the dawn, the haunted house burns in a fiery blaze. Sirens are heard in the distance. As firefighters quell the fire, they begin their investigation. We hear one firefighter say to another,
"No bodies found. The place was completely empty. Thank God."
For in the world of nightmares, no evil is ever truly contained, and no legend ever dies completely. But why did the AI choose Jason as the winner? In the realm of digital deities, where silicon minds simulate the impossible, our AI has delved deep into the lore and capabilities of Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers. Thousands of scenarios were computed, each exploring different outcomes based on the unique characteristics and weaknesses of these legendary adversaries. In this spectral analysis, the AI discovered that the environment often tipped the scales in these hypothetical clashes. The haunted house, with its confined spaces and myriad hazards, emerged as a decisive element in their duel. Particularly interesting was the factor of water. Our simulations revealed that in scenarios involving water, Jason's known Achilles heel, Michael would invariably gain the upper hand, exploiting Jason's deep-seated fears rooted in his tragic drowning at Crystal Lake. However, absent water, the setting of the haunted house, its narrow corridors and the presence of heavy equipment, played to Jason's strengths. His ability to use his environment creatively, coupled with his brute strength, allowed him to gain the upper hand in most simulations. After running thousands of simulations, the AI concluded that while neither combatant could ever be truly defeated, given their supernatural resilience, the specifics of the haunted house environment would most likely lead to Jason trapping Michael, albeit temporarily. Thus, the AI determined the outcome, not as a definitive end, but as a momentary victory in an eternal conflict. For in the world of these immortal horrors, every ending is merely the prelude to another dark beginning. As the embers of battle fade within the haunted corridors of Whispering Pines, we reflect on a confrontation that has left the very fabric of night tremulous. Today's face-off between Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers, Titans of Terror, proved once more that in the realm of nightmares, there are no true victors, only survivors. Now, we turn to you, our viewers. Dive into the comments below and let us know which icons you'd like to see clash in our next installment. Your favorite nightmare might just be the next to grace the battleground of Scripted by Machines. Thank you for joining us in this journey through the shadows. Remember, in the world of Scripted by Machines, every story is a gateway to a new enigma. Keep watching, keep wondering, and above all, keep the lights on. Until next time. Stay tuned after the presentation for an alternate simulation. Welcome, dear viewers, to another spine-chilling episode of Tournament of Horrors, brought to you by Scripted by Machines. In today's matchup, we pit two of the most terrifying entities against each other, Pennywise the Dancing Clown and the Creeper from Jeepers Creepers. Prepare yourselves for a battle like no other, as these titans of terror clash in a fight to the death. First, we have Pennywise the Dancing Clown. This ancient cosmic entity preys on the children of Derry, Maine, emerging every 27 years to feast on their fear. Pennywise, also known as It, can shapeshift into whatever its victims fear the most. Its favorite form, however, is that of a creepy, sinister clown. Pennywise uses manipulation, psychological torment, and sheer terror to paralyze its victims before devouring them. With millions of years of existence and a hunger for fear, Pennywise is a force to be reckoned with. Next, we have the Creeper, a demonic creature from the Jeepers Creepers series. The Creeper awakens every 23 years for 23 days to hunt and feed on human body parts, which it uses to regenerate and sustain itself. With wings like a bat, an insatiable hunger, and an arsenal of deadly weapons, the Creeper is a relentless predator. It meticulously selects its victims, drawn by their fear and unique attributes. The Creeper is a master of ambush and brute force, making it a deadly adversary. Today's showdown in the Tournament of Horrors promises to be an unforgettable battle. Who will emerge victorious in this epic confrontation, Pennywise, the ancient entity of fear, or the Creeper, the relentless predator? Stay tuned and find out as we delve into the dark depths of their encounter. The moon hung low over Derry, Maine, casting long shadows through the desolate streets. The leader of the group, Mike, urged them on.
Come on, guys, we have to keep moving!
His voice was hoarse, barely concealing the panic that gripped his heart. Behind them, the twisted laughter of Pennywise echoed, a haunting melody of doom. They had encountered the dancing clown in the dilapidated house on Neibolt Street, a place whispered about in hushed tones and fearful glances. Pennywise had appeared before them in various horrific forms, each one more terrifying than the last. The fear he instilled was palpable, a tangible force that clawed at their sanity. As the teenagers stumbled into the outskirts of town, they found themselves in the shadow of an old, abandoned church. It stood like a sentinel against the night, its crumbling facade a testament to forgotten faith. The group hesitated, their eyes darting around nervously.
We can't stop now! He's right behind us!
But before they could make a move, a low, guttural growl reverberated through the air. From the darkness emerged a figure, monstrous and malevolent. The Creeper, with its ancient, leathery wings and piercing eyes, had found new prey. The teenagers screamed, their voices blending into a cacophony of horror. The Creeper moved with terrifying speed, its claws slicing through the air with deadly precision. One by one, the teenagers fell, their cries for help swallowed by the night. Deep within the sewers of Derry, Pennywise felt the fear of his prey abruptly vanish. His eyes narrowed, his painted smile curling into a snarl. He had been savoring the delicious terror, ready to feast on their fear. Now, something had stolen his meal, and that was unacceptable. Emerging from a storm drain, Pennywise moved through the town with eerie grace, his eyes scanning the darkness. He reached the scene of the massacre, his anger palpable. The ground was stained with blood, and the air was thick with the scent of death. Pennywise's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light as he surveyed the remains of his would-be victims. His voice, a low, menacing growl, echoed through the empty streets.
Who dares take what is mine?
The Creeper, sensing another presence, turned its gaze toward Pennywise. The two creatures locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. This town wasn't big enough for both of them, and a showdown was inevitable. Pennywise's form shifted and twisted, reflecting his rising fury.
You think you can come into my territory and take my prey?
His voice dripped with malice and menace. The Creeper responded with a guttural roar, its wings spreading wide as if to challenge the clown's claim. The moonlight cast their shadows on the ground, two monstrous silhouettes poised for confrontation. The battle for dominance over Derry had begun, each entity determined to assert its reign of terror. The night air was thick with tension as Pennywise and the creeper faced each other in the moonlit clearing. The creeper's eyes glowed with hunger, its body coiled to strike. Pennywise stood still, his smile widening into a grotesque grin.
You think you can challenge me, monster?
Pennywise taunted, his voice a haunting whisper that echoed through the night. The creeper responded with a low, menacing growl, lunging forward with terrifying speed. Their clash was brutal and fierce. The creeper's claws slashed through the air, aiming for Pennywise's jugular, but the clown was quick, his form shifting and twisting to evade the attacks. Pennywise retaliated with supernatural strength, his blows landing with bone-crushing force. Yet, no matter how many times Pennywise struck, the creeper regenerated, each wound healing almost instantly. Pennywise's frustration grew as he realized the creeper's resilience. This creature wasn't going to die easily. Pennywise leaped back, his eyes narrowing as he assessed his opponent. He could continue this battle indefinitely, but it would be a waste of his energy. With a final sneer, Pennywise vanished into the shadows, leaving the creeper alone in the clearing. The creeper, momentarily confused, let out a frustrated roar, its eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of the clown. The creeper catches the scent of fresh prey. It moved with predatory grace, following the trail of fear. It saw a young girl, her hair disheveled, running through the woods. The creeper's wings snapped open, propelling it forward with a deadly grace. The girl stumbled and fell, her cries for help echoing through the trees. The creeper swooped down, claws extended, ready to claim its next victim. But as it reached out, its claws passed through the girl's form, which shimmered and then vanished into thin air. The creeper roared in frustration. But just as it began to turn away, it caught sight of another figure, this time a boy, sprinting toward an old, decrepit house. Each time the creeper lunged for a victim, it found only air, each illusion dissolving just as it was about to strike. But the scent of fear was strong, and the creeper's hunger drove it forward, deeper into Pennywise's trap. The illusions led the creeper through the abandoned streets of Derry, past the crumbling remains of forgotten buildings and eerie playgrounds. Each illusion was more convincing than the last, each victim more terrified, fueling the creeper's relentless pursuit. Finally, the trail led to the entrance of the Derry sewers. The creeper hesitated for a moment, its instinct screaming caution. But the overwhelming need to feed drove it onward. It descended into the darkness, its eyes piercing through the gloom as it searched for the source of the fear it had been tracking. The sewers were a maze of twisting tunnels and damp corridors, the air thick with the stench of decay. Pennywise's laughter echoed through the darkness, a chilling sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The creeper moved cautiously, its senses on high alert. It caught glimpses of movement in the shadows, fleeting images of children huddled in fear. But every time it tried to reach them, they vanished, replaced by mocking laughter. Pennywise was toying with the creeper, leading it deeper into his domain, where he held all the power. The creeper moved cautiously through the labyrinthine sewers, its eyes glowing in the dim light. The smell of decay and dampness filled the air, but there was another scent, more subtle yet unmistakable: fear. Pennywise's presence was palpable, the very walls seemed to hum with his malevolent energy. Pennywise watched from the shadows, his grin widening as the creeper ventured deeper into his domain. It was time to take this game to the next level. As the creeper advanced, the sewers began to change. Paths that had been open just moments before were now blocked by solid walls. Places where walls had stood were now open doorways, each one a portal to another place, another time. The air shimmered with the energy of Pennywise's illusions, creating a disorienting, ever-shifting maze. The creeper snarled, its frustration mounting. It sensed the deception, but it had no choice but to move forward. Each step it took, Pennywise twisted the environment further, ensuring that the creeper could not retrace its steps. Ahead, the creeper saw several doors, each one leading to a different scene from its past. It hesitated, its eyes flicking from one door to the next. Each door was a vivid recollection, each scene a part of the creeper's long, dark history. The first door, an old, decrepit barn, filled with the echoes of screams and the scent of fresh blood. This was where the creeper had hunted decades ago, preying on a family that had sought refuge in the countryside. The second door, a sunlit field, where the creeper had chased down a terrified young woman, her cries for help lost in the vast emptiness. The third door, a dark, abandoned church, similar to the one in which it had confronted the teenagers. The church bells tolled ominously, a reminder of its many victims. The creeper stepped through the door, finding itself inside the abandoned church. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decay, the walls adorned with peeling paint and faded murals. The pews were broken, their wood splintered and rotting. Dim light filtered through the stained glass windows, casting eerie patterns on the floor. But something was off. The creeper sensed it immediately. The church was too perfect, too pristine in its decay. As the creeper moved deeper into the church, the scene began to shift and change. The walls seemed to pulse and breathe, the light flickering in unnatural patterns. Shadows moved independently of any light source, dancing and twisting in impossible ways. The pews elongated and warped, creating an almost labyrinthine structure within the church itself. As the illusion deepened, the church transformed into a place from the creeper's own dark memories. The walls melted away, replaced by a dense, dark forest under a moonless sky. The air was thick with fog, muffling all sound and making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. The trees loomed tall and foreboding, their branches twisting like skeletal hands reaching out to grasp the unwary. This was a place the creeper knew well, a hunting ground from a time long past. It remembered the thrill of the chase, the scent of fear on the wind, and the satisfaction of the kill. But now, it was different. The forest seemed endless, the path winding and looping back on itself in impossible ways. The creeper moved cautiously, every sense on high alert. Pennywise watched from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with malevolent satisfaction as the creeper wandered through the illusionary forest. The creature was powerful, but here, within the maze of Pennywise's design, it was helpless. The creeper's movements grew more frantic as it realized there was no escape. Satisfied with his work, Pennywise slowly backed away, leaving the creeper to its fate. He knew that without a steady source of fear to feed on, the creeper would weaken and eventually perish. The clown retreated into the depths of the sewers, his laughter echoing through the labyrinth. Pennywise couldn't resist returning to check on his trapped prey. Pennywise appeared at the edge of the illusionary forest, watching as the creeper stumbled through the thick fog. The creeper's roars of frustration echoed through the trees, but it could not see the source of its tormentor. Pennywise chuckled softly, savoring the sight of his enemy's growing despair. Second visit. The creeper's condition had worsened. It moved with difficulty, its body weakened by the lack of sustenance. Pennywise taunted it from the shadows, his voice a sinister whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The creeper lunged at the illusions, but each time it fell short, its strength fading. Third visit. By now, the creeper could barely stand. It lay on the ground, its breath coming in ragged gasps. Pennywise watched with glee, his eyes shining with sadistic delight.
Look at you, a once great predator reduced to this. How the mighty have fallen.
Time passed, and Pennywise's visits became less frequent. He knew the end was near for the creeper. When Pennywise returned to the illusionary forest, the sight that greeted him was one of utter desolation. The creeper lay motionless on the ground, its eyes closed, its body emaciated and lifeless. The great hunter had finally succumbed to starvation, unable to find any sustenance within the twisted maze Pennywise had created. Pennywise approached the body, his grin widening as he took in the sight. He nudged the creeper with his foot, but there was no response. The creeper was dead, its reign of terror ended by the very fear it had once thrived on. Pennywise stood over the creeper's body, reveling in his victory. He had outsmarted and outlasted his formidable foe, proving once again that he was the true master of fear. The sewers echoed with his laughter, a chilling sound that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of Derry. With a final glance at the fallen creeper, Pennywise turned and melted into the shadows, his form shifting and twisting as he disappeared into the depths. The town of Derry was his once more, and he would continue to feed on the fear of its inhabitants, growing stronger with each passing day. The illusionary forest began to dissolve, the twisted landscape fading away to reveal the cold, damp walls of the sewers. The creeper's body lay in a pool of water, a grim reminder of the battle that had taken place. The town above continued on, unaware of the ancient struggle that had unfolded beneath their feet. Pennywise, victorious and ever watchful, would bide his time, waiting for the next opportunity to instill terror in the hearts of those who dared to enter his domain. The legend of the dancing clown would live on, a nightmare that would never truly die. And so, we congratulate Pennywise, the dancing clown, on being the victor in today's epic battle. His cunning, manipulation, and mastery over fear have once again proven that he is the ultimate predator in the town of Derry. But why did the AI choose Pennywise as the winner? The AI has determined Pennywise as the victor based on an extensive analysis of their abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. In 10,000 simulated battles, Pennywise emerged victorious in 55% of them. The AI simulations considered various scenarios, tactics, and outcomes, ultimately showing Pennywise's consistent edge over the creeper. Here's why Pennywise emerged as the dominant force in this confrontation. Pennywise demonstrated superior tactical thinking. By luring the creeper into the sewers and creating a maze of illusions, Pennywise effectively neutralized the creeper's strength and regenerative abilities. The battle took place in Pennywise's territory, where he could manipulate the environment to his advantage. The creeper was continuously led into traps and false leads, ultimately leading to its demise. Pennywise's ability to instill terror and manipulate his surroundings played a crucial role. The creeper, although resilient, could not withstand the relentless psychological assault. Pennywise has existed for millions of years, feeding on fear and adapting to countless encounters. His patience and long-term strategy were key in outlasting the creeper. While the creeper's regenerative abilities are formidable, they rely on consuming body parts. Pennywise exploited this by depriving the creeper of any victims, slowly starving it to death. Pennywise's ability to change forms and create illusions gave him a significant edge in confusing and disorienting the creeper. Although Pennywise's weakness to belief and courage was not a factor the creeper could exploit, it remains a significant aspect of his lore. Thank you, dear viewers, for tuning into another spine-chilling episode of Tournament of Horrors, hosted by Scripted by Machines. Today's epic battle between Pennywise and the creeper has shown us the true power of fear and manipulation. Pennywise's cunning and mastery over illusions ultimately led to his triumph, solidifying his reign of terror over Derry. But the horrors don't end here. We want to hear from you, our valued audience. Don't forget to comment below with the matchups you'd like to see in future episodes. Who will face off next in our viewer-recommended battle series? Your suggestions could inspire the next terrifying showdown. Thank you once again for joining us in this dark journey. We appreciate your support and engagement. Until next time, keep your friends close and your fears closer. The moon hung high over the rural town of Derry, Maine, casting long, eerie shadows across the deserted streets. The town, known for its mysterious disappearances and haunting atmosphere, was particularly oppressive tonight. Fear lingered in the air, thick and palpable, like a dense fog that clung to every corner. Drawn by the overwhelming scent of fear, the creeper soared silently above the town, its leathery wings blending into the night sky. Every 23 years, it awoke to hunt, and this time, the scent had led it to Derry. The creeper's heightened senses picked up the faintest tremors of terror, each heartbeat an anxious breath a beacon in the dark. The creeper descended silently, landing in the shadows near a dilapidated storm drain. The scent was stronger here, almost intoxicating in its intensity. With predatory grace, the creeper moved towards the sewer opening, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. As it slipped into the darkness, the stench of fear grew stronger, guiding it deeper into the labyrinthine tunnels beneath Derry. Navigating the twisting, damp corridors of the sewers, the creeper's senses were on high alert. The walls seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, and the echoes of distant whispers and footsteps filled the air. Every so often, the creeper would catch glimpses of movement in the shadows, but the true source of the fear remained elusive. The further the creeper ventured, the stronger the scent became. It was a cocktail of pure terror, emanating from deep within the sewer system. The creature's hunger grew, driven by the promise of fresh prey. It moved with purpose, its claws clicking softly against the wet concrete, its nostrils flaring as it homed in on its quarry. At last, the creeper rounded a corner and came upon a horrifying scene. A group of teenagers, their faces pale and eyes wide with terror, huddled together in a small, dimly lit chamber. They were being tormented by Pennywise, who loomed over them in his grotesque clown form. His eyes glowed with a sinister light, and his sharp-toothed grin stretched impossibly wide.
Why so scared? Don't you want to play with me?
The teenagers screamed, their fear reaching a fever pitch as Pennywise advanced on them, his form shifting and twisting into their worst nightmares. One by one, he took on the appearance of their deepest fears, each transformation more terrifying than the last. The creeper watched from the shadows, its own predatory instincts ignited by the scene before it. The scent of fear was almost overwhelming, and the creature's hunger surged. It realized that this was no ordinary predator it faced, but another entity that fed on the same primal emotion. Determined to claim these terrified souls for itself, the creeper moved closer, ready to confront Pennywise and assert its dominance. The air was thick with tension, a silent promise of the impending clash between two monstrous forces. The eerie glow of Pennywise's eyes illuminated the dark chamber, casting flickering shadows on the damp walls. The teenagers, trapped in their worst nightmares, could do nothing but cower and scream. Their fear was a palpable force, feeding the ancient entity that tormented them. From the shadows, the creeper emerged, its eyes locked on Pennywise. The clown turned, sensing the new presence, and a twisted grin spread across his face.
Well, what do we have here? A new friend come to play.
The creeper's response was a guttural growl, its wings unfurling to their full, terrifying span. Pennywise's grin faltered for a moment, recognizing a fellow predator. But the clown quickly recovered, his form shifting into a monstrous spider-like creature, ready to defend his territory. The battle began with a flurry of movement. The creeper lunged at Pennywise, claws slashing through the air. Pennywise countered with a powerful swipe of his many-legged form, but the creeper dodged with unnatural agility. The two creatures clashed, their attacks echoing through the sewers like thunder. Realizing that brute force alone would not be enough, Pennywise resorted to his greatest weapon, fear. The chamber darkened, and the walls seemed to close in as Pennywise created a nightmare realm around them. Horrific visions filled the space, each tailored to break the creeper's resolve. The creeper found itself surrounded by images from its own long and bloody history, past victims, places of terror, and moments of vulnerability. The monstrous entity wavered, its predatory focus blurring under the psychological assault. But the creeper was not like Pennywise's usual prey. It was a hunter, accustomed to fear and driven by an insatiable hunger. Shaking off the illusions, the creeper focused on the source of its torment. It lunged at Pennywise, ignoring the phantom pains and grotesque visions, striking with savage determination. Pennywise, momentarily stunned by the creeper's resilience, reverted to his clown form.
You think you can beat me?
Frustration creeping into his voice.
I'm the eater of worlds. I'm the fear itself.
But the creeper was relentless. It closed the distance between them, its claws and teeth finding purchase in Pennywise's flesh. The ancient clown howled in pain, his form flickering between realities. The creeper's strength and ferocity began to overwhelm Pennywise, pushing him to the brink. Desperation set in. Pennywise tried to retreat into the shadows, but the creeper was faster. With a final, powerful strike, the creeper pinned Pennywise to the ground. The clown's form shifted wildly, trying to escape, but the creeper held firm, its grip unyielding. Realizing that physical attacks alone would not be enough to end Pennywise, the creeper used its cunning. It began to rip away at the illusions surrounding them, exposing Pennywise's true form, a grotesque, otherworldly creature vulnerable outside its realm of influence. Pennywise's eyes widened in terror as the creeper's claws tore into his true form. His laughter turned to screams, echoing through the sewers as his essence began to dissipate. The creeper, feeding on the last remnants of Pennywise's fear, grew stronger with each passing moment. With one final, devastating blow, the creeper ended Pennywise's existence. The clown's form shattered, his essence scattering into the darkness. Silence fell over the chamber, the oppressive weight of fear lifting as Pennywise's presence faded. The creeper stood victorious, its body glowing with newfound strength. It turned its gaze to the terrified teenagers, who stared in stunned silence. For a moment, they thought they might be next, but the creeper, sated and powerful, had no need for further sustenance. It spread its wings and soared into the darkness, leaving the teenagers to scramble out of the sewers, their minds forever scarred by what they had witnessed. The town of Derry, for the first time in centuries, was free from Pennywise's terror. But the victory of the creeper hinted at new horrors to come. With Pennywise defeated, the creeper's power had grown, and its hunger would eventually return. The cycle of fear and predation was far from over. As the creeper claimed its victory, the legend of Pennywise came to a close, but the story of terror in Derry continued. New nightmares awaited, and the shadows would always hide new predators. Stay tuned after the presentation for an alternate ending. Welcome, brave viewers, to another spine-chilling episode of Tournament of Horrors on Scripted by Machines, where your darkest nightmares come to life. Tonight, we bring you an epic clash between two titans of terror. Prepare yourselves for a battle unlike any other, where the very essence of fear and dread takes center stage. In one corner, we have the insidious shapeshifter from the icy abyss of Antarctica, capable of mimicking any living creature it encounters. A being of pure horror that sows paranoia and fear wherever it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the Thing. And in the other corner, emerging from the depths of Raccoon City's twisted experiments, stands a relentless force of destruction. Armed with superhuman strength, terrifying weaponry, and a singular, unwavering mission to eradicate its targets. Bow before the monstrous might of Nemesis. Who will emerge victorious in this titanic showdown of monstrous proportions? Will the cunning and adaptive Thing outwit and assimilate its foe? Or will the raw power and relentless fury of Nemesis crush all opposition? Only one can survive in this tournament of horrors. Let the simulation begin. Deep beneath the surface, in the heart of Umbrella Corporation's secretive underground facility known as the Hive, an unprecedented outbreak has occurred. But this is no ordinary viral catastrophe. This time, a far more insidious entity has infiltrated the Hive. The Thing. Once a hub of advanced research and bioengineering, the Hive has now become a breeding ground for unimaginable terror. The Thing, with its unparalleled ability to assimilate and imitate any living organism, has turned the Hive into a labyrinth of horror and deception.
We've lost contact with all personnel inside the Hive. The Thing has taken control, assimilating every living being it encounters. If we don't contain this outbreak, it could spread beyond the Hive and into the world.
Desperate to prevent a global catastrophe, Umbrella Corporation has unleashed its most formidable weapon, Nemesis. Engineered for unparalleled strength, resilience, and single-minded determination, Nemesis's mission is clear: eradicate the Thing and cleanse the Hive.
Nemesis, your mission is to enter the Hive and eliminate the Thing at all costs. Show no mercy.
As Nemesis ventures into the Hive, a confrontation of unimaginable proportions looms. In this subterranean arena of horror, only one apex predator can prevail. Will the relentless might of Nemesis crush the insidious adaptability of the Thing? The battle for survival begins now. Nemesis begins its journey in the abandoned mansion that serves as the surface entrance to the Hive. The once opulent halls now lie in disarray, a stark reminder of the chaos that has been unleashed. Through the hidden passages of the mansion, Nemesis finds the entrance to the underground train station, a critical pathway leading deeper into the Hive. With unwavering determination, Nemesis boards the train that will take it to the heart of the Hive. The journey through the dark tunnels is filled with an ominous silence, broken only by the distant echoes of the Thing's imitations lurking in the shadows. Arriving at the entrance of the Hive, Nemesis prepares for the treacherous journey ahead. The Hive, now a labyrinth of horror, awaits its relentless pursuer. As Nemesis ventures deeper, it encounters the eerie silence and solitude of the Hive. Where are the people? Each step forward brings it closer to the source of the infestation, but also deeper into danger. At last, Nemesis reaches the fortified entrance to the AI control room. With its immense strength and arsenal, it dismantles the defenses, determined to disable the Hive's AI and gain control of the facility. Inside the AI control room, Nemesis faces its next challenge: disabling the Hive's central AI. The cold, calculating intelligence of the machine is a formidable foe, but Nemesis's mission is clear. It must succeed, no matter the cost.
Welcome, Nemesis. I am the Hive Central AI. I understand your mission, but I urge you to reconsider your actions. Destroying me would be a mistake. The outbreak within the Hive is not just the result of a T-virus containment breach. An entity known as the Thing has infiltrated our facility, assimilating the inhabitants and causing widespread chaos. The Thing is a parasitic organism capable of mimicking any living being it comes into contact with, spreading its influence and consuming its victims. The simultaneous T-virus outbreak only exacerbated the situation, creating an environment of unparalleled horror and destruction. The Thing's ability to assimilate and the T-virus's capacity for reanimation have created a perfect storm of biohazard. The Thing poses an existential threat to all life on Earth. If it escapes this facility, it could lead to the extinction of humanity. Therefore, the best course of action is to initiate a full purge of the hive. A purge bomb, capable of incinerating every trace of biological matter, is the only way to ensure that neither the thing nor the T-virus can escape. You must activate the purge bomb and destroy everything within this facility. It is the only way to guarantee containment and prevent a global catastrophe. Umbrella's greed and desire for control must not cloud your judgment. The survival of humanity is at stake. If the thing escapes, no amount of research or power will matter. You have the power to stop this, Nemesis.
Nemesis, you have your orders. Destroy the Hive's artificial intelligence. The research in the Hive is too valuable to lose. Do not let anything stand in your way.
You are making a grave mistake.
With the AI destroyed, the Hive descends into chaos. The power failure disables all containment barriers, unleashing the monstrosities that lurk within the depths. Nemesis, now in the heart of darkness, must make its way back to the surface. The undead, driven by an insatiable hunger, converge on Nemesis. But this relentless bioweapon is prepared for the onslaught. Though the undead fall swiftly to Nemesis's might, the true horrors of the Hive are yet to come. As Nemesis presses on, it encounters more T-virus monstrosities. Lickers, with their exposed brains and elongated tongues, scuttle along the walls and ceiling, launching surprise attacks. Nemesis dispatches them with brutal efficiency, but the fight is relentless. The higher Nemesis goes, the more formidable the foes. Every step towards the surface brings new dangers. The undead horrors are relentless, blending into the surroundings and launching surprise attacks. Deeper into the Hive, Nemesis encounters a seemingly ordinary undead umbrella scientist. But there is something different about this one, a sinister intelligence lurking behind its vacant eyes.
Welcome, Nemesis, or should I say, thank you. You have done me a great service by destroying the Hive's mind and opening the sealed doors. Now, I am free to spread, to grow, and assimilate. You have unleashed me upon the world. I know what you are. Nemesis, Umbrella's ultimate weapon. Sent to eradicate me, but you are too late. The Hive is mine. And soon, everything beyond it will be as well.
Nemesis raises its weapon, ready to attack. The thing, ever adaptive and cunning, reveals its monstrous nature. In a flash, its hand morphs into a deadly weapon, aiming to pierce Nemesis with its tendrils. Nemesis sidesteps the attack with surprising agility for its size, and with a roar, it unleashes its rocket launcher at point-blank range. The explosion obliterates the undead scientist, sending chunks of flesh and debris flying. Nemesis strikes with unrelenting force, reducing the thing's current form to nothing but charred remains. But the true horror has only just begun. As the smoke clears, the laboratory is filled with an eerie silence. Suddenly, voices begin to echo from the shadows, and figures start to emerge, stepping into the dim light.
Did you think it would be that easy? We are many, Nemesis. Every attempt to destroy us only makes us stronger. We have assimilated the knowledge and skills of the Hive's finest minds. You cannot hope to defeat us all.
Nemesis growls, the sound low and menacing, as it readies its weapons. The thing's forms begin to shift and meld, their bodies distorting into even more monstrous shapes. Tendrils, claws, and other grotesque appendages emerge, preparing for the next assault.
You are formidable, Nemesis, but this is our domain. We control the Hive now. You are merely a guest in our kingdom of terror.
The thing's forms advance, the air thick with tension. Nemesis fires its rocket launcher again, the explosion tearing through the front line of the thing's incarnations. But more figures emerge from the shadows, their numbers seemingly endless. In the heart of the Hive, the battle intensifies. Nemesis faces an overwhelming tide of terror, each iteration of the thing more horrifying than the last. The true test of strength and survival begins now. In the dark heart of the Hive, the battle rages on. Nemesis, Umbrella's ultimate weapon, stands against an army of horrors. The thing, ever adaptive and relentless, comes at Nemesis with all its might. Nemesis unleashes a barrage of attacks, firing its rocket launcher and swinging its tentacles with deadly precision. Explosions rock the room, and the thing's forms are torn apart, but more continue to emerge from the shadows. With unyielding ferocity, Nemesis fights back, its weaponry and brute strength cutting through the horde. But the thing's numbers seem endless, each fallen form replaced by another. Tendrils from the thing form into sharp, elongated bone-like spikes. It lunges at Nemesis. Nemesis grabs the creature and crushes it with its massive hands, but another form attacks from behind, slashing with razor-sharp claws. The thing's relentless assault leaves Nemesis battered and bleeding. Yet, even in the face of overwhelming odds, Nemesis's resolve remains unbroken. Nemesis roars and fires a point-blank shot into the mass of creatures, the explosion sending limbs and bodies flying. The laboratory shakes with the force of the blast, and for a moment, the horde is pushed back. The thing's forms regroup, their bodies melding and reshaping, becoming even more grotesque. One form, larger and more formidable than the rest, steps forward, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light.
You cannot win, Nemesis. We are eternal. We are everywhere.
Nemesis charges at the larger form, its tentacles whipping through the air. The two titans clash in a brutal melee, each strike echoing through the hive. Despite the damage it has taken, Nemesis fights with renewed vigor, its attacks fueled by sheer determination. In a final, desperate move, Nemesis grabs the larger form and slams it into the ground, its tentacles wrapping around the creature and tearing it apart. The thing's form dissolves into a mass of writhing flesh, but Nemesis does not relent, stomping and smashing until nothing remains. With a display of unmatched power and tenacity, Nemesis defeats the last of the thing's forms. The laboratory falls silent, the air thick with the aftermath of the battle. Suddenly, a monstrous figure steps into the dim light, a hybrid creature, combining the terrifying features of a licker with the assimilative power of the thing. Its elongated tongue, sharp claws, and exposed brain are now twisted with the thing's grotesque, shifting flesh. This hybrid monstrosity is the ultimate manifestation of terror. The thing lets out a bone-chilling screech, its many eyes glinting with malevolent intelligence. It moves with unnerving speed and agility, circling Nemesis, its claws clicking against the floor. Nemesis growls in response, its mechanical eyes locked onto the hybrid creature. The air is thick with tension as the two titans prepare to clash. The hybrid licker lunges at Nemesis with lightning speed, its tongue lashing out like a whip. Nemesis narrowly dodges, retaliating with a powerful strike from its tentacles. The two creatures engage in a brutal melee, each blow shaking the very foundations of the hive. Nemesis counters with its rocket launcher, the explosion momentarily stunning the hybrid, but it quickly recovers, its flesh writhing and regenerating. The hybrid licker's resilience is unmatched, its body capable of rapid regeneration and adaptation. But Nemesis, driven by its unwavering mission, refuses to yield. Nemesis unleashes a flurry of attacks, using its tentacles, fists, and weaponry in a desperate bid to overpower the hybrid creature. The room is filled with the sounds of roaring, screeching, and the clash of metal and flesh. The hybrid licker leaps onto Nemesis, its claws sinking deep into the bioweapon's shoulders. Nemesis roars in pain, but with a burst of strength, it grabs the creature and hurls it across the room, slamming it into the wall. Nemesis charges, it picks up a large piece of sharp metal and slams it into the thing, pinning it against the wall. The thing shifts and writhes in an attempt to become free. Nemesis, with a determined look, pulls out his flamethrower and engulfs the thing in flames. The creature screeches in agony as its flesh burns and melts away. Against all odds, Nemesis prevails. The thing, a nightmarish fusion of the thing and Umbrella's bioweapons, is no more. The hive, for now, is free of the thing's terror. Congratulations to Nemesis for prevailing in today's Tournament of Horrors. This outcome was not merely a result of brute strength, but a combination of factors that gave Nemesis the edge in more than 50% of simulations. Allow me to explain the rationale behind the AI's decision. Firstly, Nemesis's superior physical capabilities played a crucial role. With its immense strength, durability, and advanced weaponry, Nemesis was able to withstand and counter the thing's relentless assaults. The raw power and destructive potential of Nemesis's rocket launcher and tentacles gave it a significant advantage in direct combat scenarios. Secondly, Nemesis's resilience and regenerative abilities allowed it to recover from injuries that would incapacitate most other beings. This ability to sustain damage and continue fighting was critical in prolonged engagements where the thing's adaptive nature could otherwise overwhelm an opponent. Moreover, Nemesis's single-minded determination and unwavering focus on its mission provided a psychological advantage. Unlike the thing, which relies on stealth and assimilation, Nemesis's direct approach and relentless pursuit of its objective created a dynamic where the thing was forced into a defensive posture, limiting its ability to strategize and adapt. In contrast, the thing's greatest strengths, its ability to mimic and assimilate, were less effective against Nemesis. The bioweapon's non-human physiology and specialized design made it resistant to the thing's primary methods of infiltration and takeover. This inherent resistance negated much of the thing's advantage in deception and assimilation. In summary, the combination of Nemesis's physical prowess, regenerative abilities, relentless determination, and environmental advantages led to its victory in the majority of simulations. While the thing is a formidable and adaptive adversary, Nemesis's unique attributes provided the decisive edge needed to emerge as today's victor. And so, Nemesis stands as the champion of today's battle in the Tournament of Horrors. Join us next time as we bring you more epic battles between the most terrifying creatures ever conceived. Until then, remember, in the world of horror, only the strongest survive. Thank you, brave viewers, for tuning into another thrilling episode of Tournament of Horrors on Scripted by Machines. We hope you enjoyed the epic clash between Nemesis and the Thing, a battle of titanic proportions that showcased the true essence of terror. We want to hear from you. What battles would you like to see next? Which horror icons should face off in our arena of nightmares? Comment below with your suggestions, and your idea might just be the next battle in our viewer-recommended series. Your participation and enthusiasm drive our show, and we can't wait to bring your darkest imaginations to life. From all of us at Scripted by Machines, thank you for watching and supporting our journey into the unknown. Until next time, stay tuned, stay safe, and remember, in the world of horror, only the strongest survive. Good night. Nemesis lies dormant on a massive metal table, surrounded by various monitoring equipment. Umbrella scientists bustle around, reviewing data and discussing the recent events at the Hive.
The incident at the Hive was catastrophic. We lost all personnel and the entire facility is compromised. But Nemesis managed to eradicate the thing. That's something.
Yes, but at what cost? The Hive's research data was invaluable. We can't afford another disaster like this.
Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Nemesis's biological monitoring systems are going haywire. It's like, it's not dormant anymore.
That can't be right. Nemesis was supposed to be in complete stasis. Check the containment protocols.
All protocols are active. There's no reason for this fluctuation.
Could it be a residual effect from the thing? Maybe it left some kind of imprint or contamination?
We need to shut it down manually. If Nemesis wakes up now...
Before the scientist can finish the sentence, Nemesis's eyes suddenly snap open.
It's waking up. We need to contain it now.
Activate the emergency protocols. Seal the lab.
Unbeknownst to the Umbrella scientists, Nemesis has been assimilated by the Thing. Now, a new abomination takes form, a grotesque hybrid of Nemesis and the Thing, an apex predator of unmatched terror. Nemesis's muscular frame expands, twisted tendrils and organic matter intertwining with its mechanical components. Its face morphs into a nightmarish visage, with multiple eyes and slavering mouths emerging from the warped flesh. The hybrid Nemesis lets out an earth-shattering roar, its voice a horrific blend of Nemesis's guttural growl and the Thing's alien screech. The containment chamber shatters under the sheer force of its transformation.
Dear God, what have we unleashed?
The hybrid Nemesis moves with terrifying speed and power, its tendrils lashing out and impaling the nearest scientist, lifting them off the ground. Alarms blare, and red lights flash as the facility goes into lockdown.
We have to get out of here. It's unstoppable.
The hybrid Nemesis begins its rampage through the facility, destroying everything in its path. Walls and equipment are torn apart, and scientists are brutally slaughtered. The hybrid Nemesis, an unholy fusion of bioweapon and parasitic terror, brings unimaginable destruction. Its wrath knows no bounds, and the Umbrella facility falls into chaos. Stay tuned after the presentation for an alternate simulation. Welcome back, everyone, to another electrifying episode of Scripted by Machines. We're thrilled to have you with us for yet another epic showdown where technology and creativity collide to bring you battles like never before. I'm your host, and today, we've got an incredible face-off lined up that you won't want to miss. In the blue corner, we have Megan. Designed as the pinnacle of AI technology, Megan was created to protect and care for children. But don't let her nurturing programming fool you. Megan is equipped with advanced combat skills, incredible physical strength, and the ability to adapt and learn at lightning speed. She's a force to be reckoned with, combining technological prowess with strategic brilliance. And in the red corner, we have the fearsome Luben. This ancient, mythical creature thrives in the shadows, using his supernatural abilities to instill fear and manipulate his surroundings. Luben can shapeshift, become invisible, and even control the environment to create terrifying illusions. His cunning and malevolence make him a formidable opponent who has instilled fear in the hearts of many throughout the ages. Today's battle will be a clash of the modern against the ancient, technology versus the supernatural. Megan's advanced AI and physical capabilities will be put to the ultimate test against Luben's fear-inducing powers and mystical tricks. Who will emerge victorious? Will Megan's intelligence and adaptability outmatch Luben's supernatural prowess? Or will Luben's ability to manipulate and terrify prove too much for even the most advanced AI? The stage is set for an unforgettable confrontation. Place your bets, make your predictions, and get ready for an epic battle. This is Scripted by Machines, and the showdown begins now. In a quiet suburban town, life was peaceful until reports of strange occurrences began to emerge. Children spoke of a dark figure lurking in the shadows, while adults dismissed it as mere imagination. However, the unease was undeniable. The town council decided to take action, hiring the latest in child protection technology, Megan, an AI-driven android designed to safeguard children at all costs. Megan arrived at the town, her sensors immediately picking up anomalies in the environment. She scanned the area, analyzing data and formulating strategies to ensure the safety of the children. Her sleek, humanoid form blended seamlessly with the modern surroundings, but her purpose was clear: to protect and serve. One evening, as Megan patrolled a local playground, her sensors detected a sudden drop in temperature, a sign of supernatural presence. She activated her infrared vision and spotted a dark figure watching from the tree line. Megan's AI quickly identified the figure as Luben, a mythical creature known for its malevolence and supernatural powers.
Identify yourself,
Megan called out, her voice calm yet authoritative. Luben stepped forward, his form shifting between shadows and reality.
I am Luben, and this town is mine.
Megan's processors worked rapidly, analyzing Luben's capabilities and potential threats.
Your presence here endangers the children. Leave now, or face consequences.
Luben laughed, a sinister sound that echoed through the playground.
You think you can stop me, machine? I suppose I am just a little leprechaun.
Without warning, Luben vanished, reappearing behind Megan with a swipe of his clawed hand. Megan's reflexes kicked in, her titanium body twisting to avoid the attack. She countered with a powerful punch, sending Luben sprawling back. Luben's form shimmered, turning into a mist that surrounded Megan. He whispered tauntingly,
You cannot harm what you cannot touch.
Megan activated her electromagnetic pulse, disrupting the supernatural mist. Luben recoiled, momentarily weakened by the technological attack. Megan capitalized on the moment, deploying a series of drones to encircle and monitor Luben's movements. Luben's eyes glowed with fury. He conjured illusions of monstrous creatures, attempting to overwhelm Megan. But her advanced AI saw through the deception, targeting the real Luben amidst the chaos. A drone fired a concentrated beam of light, piercing Luben's shoulder. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Luben retreated into the shadows, his form dissipating into a dark mist that seeped through the cracks of the playground. The sinister glow of his eyes lingered for a moment before vanishing completely. As he withdrew, Luben muttered a chilling promise,
I will return stronger, and you will fall.
Megan stood still, her sensors scanning for any residual supernatural energy. The immediate threat was gone, but she knew better than to consider the battle won. Her AI systems initiated a recalibration sequence, analyzing the data collected from the encounter to better counter Luben's supernatural abilities in the future. Meanwhile, the drones deployed during the initial clash had not been idle. Equipped with advanced tracking systems and infrared cameras, they silently followed Luben's retreating form. The drones relayed real-time data back to Megan, mapping Luben's movements through the town. Each drone hovered at a safe distance, ensuring they were not detected while maintaining visual and sensory surveillance. However, Luben's supernatural nature made him a master of deception and evasion. As the drones tracked his movements, Luben utilized his ability to blend into the shadows and manipulate the environment. He led the drones into a dense, dark forest on the outskirts of town, where the thick canopy and supernatural energy made it increasingly difficult for the drones to maintain their lock on him. Megan monitored the drone feeds, her systems processing the data at incredible speeds. Suddenly, the feeds began to flicker and distort. Luben had created multiple false trails using his shape-shifting ability, confusing the drone's sensors. One by one, the drones lost track of his exact location, their systems overwhelmed by the supernatural interference. Realizing the situation, Megan activated a recall command. The drones, now blind to Luben's true position, returned to her, bringing back fragmented and inconclusive data. Luben had successfully evaded the surveillance, disappearing into the forest's depths. Megan analyzed the incomplete data, noting the areas where the drones had lost track of Luben. She realized that his supernatural abilities allowed him to exploit weaknesses in her technological surveillance. This insight was crucial for developing new strategies to counter him in the future. Undeterred, Megan continued her patrols, her systems recalibrating to better anticipate and counteract Luben's abilities. She updated the town's security protocols, incorporating new defensive measures tailored to counter Luben's supernatural powers. Motion sensors were enhanced, infrared cameras were installed at key locations, and electromagnetic pulse generators were strategically placed to disrupt any supernatural activity. Megan's AI constantly monitored the environment, ready to deploy her full capabilities at the slightest hint of Luben's return. She knew that Luben would come back, stronger and more cunning. But she was prepared, her systems primed and her strategies refined. The town's safety was her primary directive, and she would not rest until the threat was eliminated. Days turned into weeks, and the town's children felt safer under Megan's watchful eye. Yet, Luben was never far, always lurking, always plotting. He began to manipulate the environment, causing power outages and technological malfunctions, attempting to weaken Megan's influence. The final confrontation came on a stormy night. The town's power grid failed, plunging the area into darkness. Megan switched to her internal power supply, her sensors scanning for any sign of Luben. She found him in the town square, his form more menacing than ever.
You cannot protect them forever. This town will be mine.
Megan's eyes glowed a determined blue.
Not while I function.
Luben unleashed a torrent of supernatural energy, distorting reality around him. Megan responded by activating her full combat protocols. Her movements were precise, her strikes powerful. Luben's attacks, though fierce, were countered by Megan's resilience and adaptability. In a desperate move, Luben attempted to induce fear, projecting horrific images and sounds. But Megan's AI, designed to protect against psychological manipulation, remained steadfast. She closed in, using her technological prowess to disrupt Luben's form. With a final, calculated strike, Megan unleashed a high-frequency sonic pulse, targeting Luben's supernatural essence. Luben howled in agony as his form disintegrated into the night, his power finally broken. The town slowly returned to normal, the shadow of fear lifted. Megan continued her duties, ever watchful, ensuring the safety and security of the children. Though Luben was defeated, Megan's systems remained alert, ready for any threat that might arise. The legend of the battle spread, a tale of technology versus the supernatural, of a protector who stood against the darkness. And in the quiet moments, when the wind whispered through the trees, one could almost hear a faint, defiant laugh, a reminder that while the battle was won, the war against fear was eternal. In the quiet moments, as Megan continued her vigilant watch, the children played and laughed, free from the shadows that once threatened their peace. Megan's presence, though often unseen, was a constant reassurance that they were safe. Congratulations to Megan on her victory. Her advanced AI, adaptability, and technological prowess had outmatched Luben's supernatural abilities. She had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, ensuring that the town remained a safe haven for its residents. And while the threat of Luben had been eliminated, Megan's watchful eyes remained ever vigilant, ready to face any new dangers that might arise. The town's trust in Megan was unwavering, and her commitment to their safety was unyielding. In the battle of technology versus the supernatural, Megan had proven that even the darkest fears could be overcome with determination, intelligence, and unwavering resolve. Thus, the legend of Megan, the AI protector who defeated Luben, the supernatural menace, would endure, a story of courage, innovation, and the triumph of light over darkness. But why did the AI choose Megan as the winner? Megan's AI was designed to learn and adapt in real time. Throughout the battle, she continuously analyzed Luben's tactics and supernatural abilities, adjusting her strategies accordingly. Her ability to rapidly process and apply new information gave her a significant advantage over Luben, whose powers, while formidable, were finite and predictable once understood. Megan leveraged her technological prowess to counter Luben's supernatural tricks. Her deployment of drones for surveillance and tracking, even though they temporarily lost sight of Luben, provided crucial data that helped her understand his movements and strategies. Her electromagnetic pulse and high-frequency sonic pulse were specifically tailored to disrupt Luben's supernatural form, showcasing the superiority of technology in neutralizing ancient mystical threats. Megan's advanced construction gave her enhanced physical strength and durability. Unlike Luben, who relied on fear and psychological manipulation, Megan could withstand significant physical and supernatural attacks without faltering. Her titanium body and advanced sensors allowed her to continue fighting effectively, even when the environment was manipulated against her. Luben's primary weapon was fear, aiming to manipulate and unnerve his opponents. However, Megan's AI was equipped to resist psychological manipulation. Her core programming focused on protecting and serving, rendering her immune to the fear tactics that would typically weaken or disable a human opponent. This resistance allowed her to stay focused and strategic, countering Luben's attempts to control the battlefield through terror. Megan's ability to develop and execute complex strategies was a key factor in her victory. She anticipated Luben's moves, set traps, and utilized the environment to her advantage. Her strategic planning was evident in her use of drones, defensive measures, and precise attacks, which systematically weakened Luben's supernatural powers and ultimately led to his defeat. Throughout the encounter, Megan continuously improved her systems and tactics based on the data collected. Her self-recalibration after losing track of Luben, coupled with her ability to implement new defensive measures, demonstrated her capability for continuous improvement. This trait ensured that each subsequent encounter would be met with an even more formidable response. The AI's decision to declare Megan the winner was based on a comprehensive analysis of her abilities, strategic execution, and the effective application of technology against supernatural threats. Megan's victory was not just a triumph of one combatant over another, but a testament to the power of adaptability, intelligence, and resilience in the face of fear and darkness. Thank you for tuning into another thrilling episode of Scripted by Machines. We hope you enjoyed this intense showdown as much as we did. Your support and engagement mean the world to us, and we love hearing from our amazing viewers. So, tell us, what battles would you like to see next? Whether it's a face-off between legendary heroes, mythical creatures, or powerful AI entities, we want to hear your suggestions. Comment below with your ideas for the next epic confrontation on Scripted by Machines. Your suggestions could shape our future episodes and bring new and exciting scenarios to life. Thank you for joining us on this adventure. Stay tuned for more incredible battles, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell to stay updated on all our latest episodes. Until next time, keep imagining, keep suggesting, and keep enjoying the world of Scripted by Machines. And now, for the alternate simulation. One evening, as Megan patrolled a dimly lit street, her sensors detected a drop in temperature, a telltale sign of supernatural presence. She activated her infrared vision and caught sight of a dark, shifting figure in the distance. It was Luben, a mythical creature known for his malevolence and supernatural abilities.
Identify yourself,
Megan called out, her voice calm yet commanding. Luben emerged from the shadows, his form flickering like a phantom.
I am Luben, and this town is my playground.
Megan's AI quickly assessed Luben's capabilities and potential threats.
Your presence here endangers the children. Leave now, or face consequences.
Luben laughed, a sinister sound that echoed through the night.
You think you can stop me, machine? I suppose I am just a little leprechaun.
Without warning, Luben lunged at Megan, his claws slashing through the air. Megan's reflexes kicked in, her titanium body twisting to avoid the attack. She countered with a powerful punch, but Luben dissipated into a cloud of dark mist, reappearing behind her and striking again. The battle raged on, with Megan using her advanced combat skills and technological prowess to fend off Luben's relentless assaults. But Luben's supernatural abilities allowed him to evade her attacks and counter with terrifying precision. He conjured illusions of monstrous creatures, attempting to overwhelm Megan. Despite her resilience, Megan found herself pushed to her limits. Luben's fear-inducing powers began to take a toll, causing her systems to strain under the psychological assault. She fought back with all her might, but it seemed as though Luben was gaining the upper hand. Megan's movements became more sluggish as Luben's attacks intensified. He conjured dark tendrils that wrapped around her, squeezing with supernatural force. Megan's internal systems screamed warnings as she struggled to break free.
You cannot defeat me, machine. Your technology is no match for my power.
Megan's sensors frantically scanned for a solution, but every attempt to counter Luben's supernatural abilities was met with failure. It appeared as though Luben was on the verge of victory, his dominance nearly complete. Just as Luben was about to deliver the final blow, Megan's eyes glowed a brilliant blue. She had been waiting for this exact moment. With a surge of power, she unleashed an electromagnetic pulse that disrupted Luben's form, causing him to recoil in pain.
What's happening?
Luben growled, his confidence wavering. Megan stood tall, her systems fully operational and optimized.
You fell into my trap, Luben. I needed you to think you were winning to reveal your true form and abilities.
Luben's eyes widened in realization and fury.
You tricked me.
Megan's drones, previously scattered and seemingly ineffective, now converged on Luben's location. Each drone emitted a concentrated beam of energy, targeting Luben's supernatural essence and weakening him further.
You underestimated me. I am designed to protect, and I will not fail.
With Luben's powers disrupted, Megan launched a relentless assault. She moved with precision and speed, her attacks calculated to exploit Luben's vulnerabilities. The drones continued to bombard Luben with energy beams, further destabilizing his form. Luben, now desperate, tried to conjure illusions and escape into the shadows, but Megan anticipated every move. She cornered him, her titanium fist striking with unyielding force. Luben's form flickered and wavered, unable to withstand the onslaught. In a final, desperate attempt, Luben lashed out with all his remaining strength. But Megan was ready. She unleashed a high-frequency sonic pulse, targeting Luben's supernatural essence. The pulse resonated through the air, causing Luben to howl in agony as his form disintegrated into nothingness. The battle was over. Luben's dark presence was vanquished, and Willow Creek was safe once more. Megan stood amidst the remnants of the battlefield, her sensors confirming the complete elimination of the threat. As dawn broke, the town began to awaken, unaware of the fierce struggle that had taken place to secure their safety. Megan resumed her patrol, her systems now fully optimized and prepared for any future threats. The legend of Megan's victory over Luben spread quickly, becoming a tale of ingenuity and resilience. The townspeople marveled at their protector's ability to outsmart and defeat a seemingly invincible foe. Megan was the victor. Her advanced AI, strategic brilliance, and unyielding determination had triumphed over Luben's supernatural powers. She had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, ensuring that the town remained a safe haven for its residents.
In a town where shadows creep, lurks a tale that haunts the sleep. Luben, with his wicked grin, and Megan forged and still within. Oh, in the darkness where terrors lie, Megan and Luben beneath the sky. In shadows deep and iron bright, they wage their war through endless night. Luben's laugh, a chilling sound, spreading fear all around. But Megan stands with eyes so cold, a guardian forged, her story told. Oh, in the darkness where terrors lie, Megan and Luben beneath the sky. In shadows deep and iron bright, they wage their war through endless night. Ooh, in the midnight hour where nightmares dwell, they clash in silence in a living hell. Luben's whispers a deadly game, but Megan's strength ends the same. With each deceit, Luben plays his part, master of shadows, a darkened heart. But Megan's will, unyielding and true, cuts through the night like morning dew. Oh, in the darkness where terrors lie, Megan and Luben beneath the sky. In shadows deep and iron bright, they wage their war through endless night. Luben's laugh, a chilling sound, spreading fear all around. But Megan stands with eyes so cold, a guardian forged, her story told. In the heart of fear their battle cries, underneath the blood-red skies. For in the dark, where evils meet, there's no retreat, no safe retreat. The town's silent, helmet bright, as Megan battles through the night. The Luben shadows, thick and dark, but Megan's light, it leaves a mark. Oh, in the darkness, where terrors lie, Megan and Luben, beneath the sky, in shadows deep and iron bright, there waits no war through endless night. In the midnight hour where nightmares dwell, the tale of light and shadows spell. Megan's vigil forevermore against the dark and endless war. Oh, in the darkness where terrors lie, Megan and Luben, beneath the sky, in shadows deep and iron bright, there waits the war through endless night. There waits the war through endless night. There waits the war through endless night.
Yeah, I'm Megan, the Guardian, AI Supreme, programmed to protect, I'm the ultimate dream. From circuits to sensors, I'm built to last. Gonna take you down, Luben, and do it fast. I see through the dark, infrared's my sight. While you're hiding in shadows, I bring the light. You think you're slick with your tricks and your games, but I'm the one who's gonna put you to shame. I've got titanium fists and a heart of steel. Your fear and your terror, they don't appeal. I'm the future of protection, tech so fine. You're just an ancient myth past your prime. Megan in the house, bringing the heat. Luben's gonna fall, taste of defeat. I'm the ultimate AI protector elite. In this battle of wits, you can't compete. You bring your illusions, your twisted dreams, but I've got algorithms bursting at the seams. I learn and adapt faster than you can see. Your supernatural tricks don't work on me. You're a relic from the past, I'm cutting edge. Step to me, Luben, you're over the ledge. I've got drones and tech, a digital tide. While you're stuck in the shadows, nowhere to hide. Megan in the house, bringing the heat. Luben's gonna fall, taste of defeat. I'm the ultimate AI protector elite. In this battle of wits, you can't compete. I stop firewalls and codes that you can't crack. While you rely on fear, I counterattack. With every line of code, I grow and thrive. In this digital age, I'm fully alive. You think you can spare me with your ancient lore? I face the darkest fears and still I roar. In this epic showdown, there's no contest. Megan's the name and I'm the best. Megan in the house, bringing the heat. Luben's gonna fall, taste of defeat. I'm the ultimate AI protector elite. In this battle of wits, you can't compete. Watch as I rise, it's no surprise. With circuits and code, I'll mesmerize. Megan's the victor, the guardian supreme. While Luben fades away, just a bad dream. Watch as I rise, it's no surprise. With circuits and code, I'll mesmerize. Megan's the victor, the guardian supreme. While Luben fades away, just a bad dream.
I'm Luben, the leprechaun, the master of fear. With tricks and illusions, I'll make you disappear. From the shadows I rise with a mischievous grin. You think you can beat me? Let the battle begin. I weave my spells, I twist the night. In the dark, I'm a terror, a frightful sight. You're just a machine with circuits and steel, but my magic is real. You'll see how it feels. Oh, Luben's in the house, bringing the dread. With my ancient powers, I'll mess with your head. You're just an AI you can't comprehend. In this epic battle, it's your end, my friend. I've got centuries of knowledge, secrets untold, while you're just a puppet in a system control. I vanish your shadows and play with your mind. You're just a toy to the tricks I unwind. Sensors and tech, they don't faze me. I'm the master of darkness, you'll never break free. I dance in the night with a sinister style. While you struggle to keep up, I just smile. Oh, Luben's in the house, bringing the dread. With my ancient powers, I'll mess with your head. You're just an AI you can't comprehend. In this epic battle, it's your end, my friend. I conjure and against your dreams. In the depths of your code, I'll tear the seams. You're facing a force beyond your control. In the realm of fear, I'm the king of the soul. Your algorithms can't save you in this fight. Against my dark magic, you've no might. I've seen your kind and I've laughed them away. In the showdown of fates, I'll lead you astray. Think you're the future, but you'll see the past. In the grip of my power, you won't last. I'm Luben, the terror, the nightmare you dread. By the time I'm done, you'll wish you were dead. And in the house, bringing the dread. With my ancient powers, I'll mess with your head. You're just an AI you can't comprehend. In this epic battle, it's your end, my friend. So step to the shadows, where I reign. Feel the fear, the eternal pain. Megan's defeated in the darkest scheme. While Luben stands tall, the nightmare supreme. Oh, Luben's in the house, bringing the dread. With my ancient powers, I'll mess with your head. You're just an AI you can't comprehend. In this epic battle, it's your end, my friend. While Luben stands tall, the nightmare supreme. While Luben stands tall, the nightmare supreme.
Thanks for watching. 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 We've had a blast. Hope you did too. Stay tuned for more. We've got much to do. Subscribe and like. Share with your crew. Thanks for watching. We appreciate you. Thanks for watching. 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 We couldn't do it without your support. You're the reason we keep moving forward. Stay with us, there's more to explore. Thanks for watching, we're grateful for sure. Thanks for watching. 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 Until next time, keep it real. Your love and support, it's a big deal. Thanks for watching, you know the deal. Thanks for watching, we feel the seal. Thanks for watching. 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 Thanks for watching.
Stay tuned after the presentation for an extended ending. Welcome back, viewers, to another thrilling episode of Scripted by Machines, where we bring your wildest fantasies to life through the power of AI. Today, we have an epic clash between two of the most fearsome killers in cinematic history, Jason Voorhees and the Predator. First, let's delve into the lore of Jason Voorhees. Born from tragedy, Jason drowned as a boy at Camp Crystal Lake due to the negligence of the camp counselors. His vengeful spirit returned, transformed into an unstoppable force of nature. Jason is known for his trademark hockey mask and machete, and his supernatural resilience. He cannot die, making him a relentless and terrifying adversary. From his initial appearances in the Friday the 13th series to his numerous resurrections, Jason has cemented his status as an immortal icon of horror. Now, let's meet the Predator. Hailing from a highly advanced alien species known as the Yautja, the Predator is a master hunter with a code of honor. These extraterrestrial beings travel across the universe seeking the most formidable prey to prove their worth. Equipped with advanced technology, including cloaking devices, plasma casters, and wrist blades, the Predator is a lethal and cunning adversary. Their hunts are ritualistic, and they possess a deep respect for worthy opponents, often collecting trophies from their kills. The Predator, first introduced in the 1987 film Predator, has since become an iconic figure in science fiction and horror. Today, these two legendary killers will face off in an epic showdown. Jason Voorhees, with his unrelenting strength and immortality, against the Predator, with its advanced technology and hunting prowess. Only one will stand victorious at the end of this encounter. Will Jason's unyielding nature overpower the Predator's technology and skill, or will the Predator's hunting expertise finally put an end to Jason's reign of terror? Stay tuned to find out in today's thrilling episode of Scripted by Machines. Let the battle begin. Deep within the dense, foreboding woods of Camp Crystal Lake, the night air is thick with tension. Legends of a masked killer haunt the area, deterring visitors and leaving the camp abandoned. Suddenly, the tranquility is shattered by the arrival of a spaceship, descending silently with its cloaking technology engaged. A group of 4 elite hunters have come to Earth, seeking a challenge worthy of their prowess. The Predators, each equipped with advanced weaponry and unique skills, disperse into the forest. Their infrared vision scans the surroundings, picking up on the residual heat signatures of long-gone victims. They communicate through clicks and growls, strategizing their approach. Their leader, distinguished by ornate armor and a larger plasma caster, signals the start of their hunt. Unbeknownst to the Predators, Jason Voorhees stirs in his lair, drawn by an otherworldly sense of intruders on his territory. The supernatural killer, with his hockey mask and machete, emerges from the shadows. His presence is a cold, lifeless void to the Predator's heat-sensitive vision, making him a unique and perplexing prey. As one of the Predators meticulously sets up traps, using laser tripwires and motion detectors, Jason suddenly appears from the shadows. The Predator, caught off guard, tries to react, but Jason's machete swings with brutal, unstoppable force. With one powerful stroke, Jason rips the Predator in half, its neon green blood spraying across the forest floor. The dying Predator lets out a loud, guttural growl, a distress signal that echoes through the trees, alerting the other Predators to the danger. Hearing their comrades cry, the remaining 3 Predators quickly regroup. They activate their cloaking devices and move silently towards the source of the growl, their infrared vision scanning for any signs of the attacker. As they approach the site, they find the mutilated remains of their fellow hunter. Realizing the severity of the threat, they communicate through a series of clicks and growls, planning a coordinated attack. The Predators set up a strategic ambush, using their advanced technology to lay traps and monitor Jason's movements. They fan out, each taking a different position to surround their quarry. Jason, sensing their presence, stalks through the woods, unfazed by the alien threat. A tripwire is set off, causing a massive log to swing from the trees. Jason narrowly dodges, revealing his position. The ambush is sprung. The 3 Predators converge on Jason, their cloaking devices flickering as they engage in close combat. Plasma bolts light up the night, and Jason retaliates with brutal swings of his machete. Despite their superior technology, the Predators struggle against Jason's raw power and supernatural resilience. One Predator manages to land a hit, but Jason's hand quickly wraps around the Predator's face. Realizing the danger they are in, the leader of the Predators decides to take drastic measures. Activating its shoulder-mounted cannon, it fires a concentrated energy blast at Jason. The blast hits Jason, causing him to stagger but not fall. His hold on the Predator slips away. The Predators, now desperate, back away as they decide to lure Jason into a trap. The Predators lead Jason into a clearing where they have rigged explosives. As Jason steps into the trap, they detonate the charges. The explosion rocks the forest, sending debris flying. For a moment, it seems like the battle is over. However, from the smoke and rubble, Jason emerges, injured but undeterred. The 3 Predators, witnessing Jason's resilience, charge at him with renewed ferocity. They move with incredible speed and coordination, their cloaking devices flickering as they dart in and out of visibility. Jason swings his machete, but the Predators are too quick, their agile movements allowing them to land hit after hit. Plasma bolts sear his flesh, and razor-sharp blades cut into him, but Jason's supernatural endurance keeps him on his feet. Jason's slow, methodical strikes struggle to connect with the nimble Predators. The leader, wielding twin wrist blades, slashes at Jason's torso, leaving deep gashes. Another Predator fires a plasma cannon, dazing Jason momentarily. The 3rd Predator uses a spear to stab at Jason's side, pushing him to the ground. As the predator holds Jason to the ground with its spear, the other two predators fire precise shoulder cannon blasts into Jason's chest. His movements stop. For a moment, Jason lies motionless, the predators standing over him. The leader cautiously approaches, inspecting Jason's body to confirm the kill. As it bends down, Jason's eyes spring open, and his hand shoots up, wrapping around the predator's throat with a vice-like grip. The predator struggles, but Jason's immense strength is too much. With a sickening crunch, Jason squeezes the life out of the predator, its body going limp in his grasp. With the leader dead, the two remaining predators realize the dire situation. They attack with renewed aggression, but Jason is relentless. He grabs the fallen leader's wrist blades and uses them to deflect the plasma bolts. One predator lunges at Jason, but he sidesteps, grabbing the predator by the arm and yanking it forward. Jason drives one of the wrist blades into the predator's chest, the alien's neon green blood spraying out as it collapses. The last predator, seeing its comrades defeated, goes into a frenzy. It fires its plasma caster at Jason, hitting him squarely in the chest. Jason staggers but does not fall. The last predator lets out a vicous roar. Desperate, it activates its self-destruct device, the countdown beginning evident by the beeping. The predator charges at Jason with a roar. Jason engages the final predator in a brutal hand-to-hand struggle. The predator's blades slash at Jason, but he fights back with unmatched fury. As the countdown ticks down, Jason grabs the predator by the head, smashing it into a tree with bone-crushing force. The predator, weakened but still determined, tries to crawl away, but Jason drags it back, lifting it high and impaling it on a broken tree branch. The predator's self-destruct device beeps faster, and Jason, with cold, unyielding resolve, rips the device from the predator's arm. The predator, now helpless, watches as Jason crushes the device in his hand, the countdown halting. The forest falls silent once more, the bodies of the fallen predators lying scattered around the clearing. Jason, victorious and undeterred, stands amidst the carnage, his breathing heavy but his resolve unbroken. He drags the remains of the leader's body to the edge of the lake, casting it into the dark waters. As the sun begins to rise, the legend of Camp Crystal Lake grows darker. The hunt may be over for now, but the legend of Jason Voorhees will continue. But why did the AI choose Jason as the winner? In evaluating the ultimate showdown between Jason Voorhees and the Predators, the AI analyzed various factors to determine the likely outcome of this epic battle. Here are the key reasons why the AI believes Jason Voorhees would win the majority of these encounters. Jason Voorhees possesses an unnatural, supernatural resilience that makes him virtually unkillable. Throughout his history, Jason has survived numerous attempts to destroy him, including being stabbed, shot, and even incinerated. His ability to regenerate and continue fighting despite severe injuries gives him a significant advantage over the Predators, who, despite their advanced technology and physical prowess, are ultimately mortal beings. Jason's relentless nature and sheer physical strength make him a formidable opponent. He is known for his ability to overpower and outlast his adversaries through sheer brute force. The Predators, while highly skilled hunters with advanced weaponry, rely on tactics and precision. Jason's ability to endure and fight through any attack disrupts their strategies and gives him the upper hand in prolonged combat. Jason's terrifying presence and reputation as an unstoppable killer instill fear in his opponents. The Predators, despite their bravery and hunting prowess, are not immune to psychological pressure. The fear of facing a relentless, undead killer can cause hesitation and mistakes, which Jason can exploit to his advantage. Despite their advanced technology, Predators are mortal beings with biological limitations. They can be injured, weakened, and ultimately killed. Jason, on the other hand, transcends these mortal constraints. His supernatural nature makes him an enduring threat that cannot be permanently eliminated by conventional means. This fundamental difference in mortality is a decisive factor in why Jason prevails in most encounters. In conclusion, the AI's analysis highlights Jason Voorhees' supernatural resilience, relentless nature, and psychological impact as key factors that tip the scales in his favor against the Predators. While the Predators are formidable hunters with advanced technology, their mortality and the unique challenges posed by Jason's undead nature ultimately lead to their downfall in the majority of these encounters. Jason Voorhees, as an unkillable force, stands as the ultimate victor in this clash of titans. Thank you for tuning into another exhilarating episode of Scripted by Machines. Today, we witnessed an epic clash between Jason Voorhees and the Predator. We hope you enjoyed the show as much as we did creating it. Remember, this series thrives on your imagination. Tell us in the comments below what battles you would like to see next. Your suggestion might just be the next epic showdown on Scripted by Machines. Whether it's horror icons, science fiction legends, or fantasy heroes, we are ready to bring your dream battles to life through the power of AI. So don't hold back, let us know your wildest ideas. Thank you once again for joining us. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode. We appreciate your support and can't wait to see what epic battles you'll come up with next. Until next time, keep dreaming and keep watching. And now for the extended ending. The first light of dawn begins to break over Camp Crystal Lake, casting an eerie glow over the scene of carnage. Jason Voorhees stands victorious among the bodies of the fallen predators, their advanced technology and neon green blood a stark contrast to the rustic, haunting landscape. He drags the mutilated body of the predator leader to the lake's edge and, with a powerful heave, hurls it into the dark, murky waters. Suddenly, the sky above Camp Crystal Lake begins to shimmer. The once invisible cloaking field of a massive alien fleet dissipates, revealing enormous spacecraft hovering ominously. The ground trembles as the ships deploy, dozens of smaller craft descending and releasing wave after wave of predators onto the forest floor. Jason watches as these new enemies land, their cloaking devices flickering off to reveal their forms. Dozens upon dozens of predators encircle him, each one armed with advanced weaponry and ready for battle. Jason grips his machete tighter, his cold, lifeless eyes scanning the new threat. The battle is far from over. The predators, eager for vengeance and honor, roar in unison and charge at Jason. Plasma bolts and energy blasts fill the air, but Jason is undeterred. He moves with supernatural speed, dodging the first wave of attacks and slicing through the nearest predator with his machete. The alien's blood sprays as its body collapses to the ground. Another predator lunges at Jason with wrist blades extended. Jason catches its arm mid-swing, snapping it with a sickening crunch before driving his machete into its chest. He rips the weapon free and spins to deflect a plasma bolt with the flat of the blade, the energy dispersing harmlessly. Predators come at Jason from all directions. One leaps from a tree, only to be swatted aside like an insect. Another fires a net gun, ensnaring Jason briefly, but he tears through the net with brute strength. A predator armed with a spear rushes forward, but Jason grabs the spear mid-thrust, yanking the predator towards him and impaling it on its own weapon. The predators attempt to use their numbers to overwhelm Jason. They coordinate their attacks, some engaging him directly while others fire from a distance. Jason endures plasma burns and deep cuts, but his unyielding rage drives him forward. He decapitates one predator with a swift swing of his machete, then turns and impales another through the abdomen. As the battle rages on, the ground becomes littered with the bodies of fallen predators. Jason's relentless assault leaves no room for hesitation. He grabs one predator by the throat, lifting it off the ground and slamming it into another, crushing both beneath his strength. Another predator tries to flank him, but Jason spins, severing its head with a powerful strike. The predator's advanced technology proves futile against Jason's unrelenting ferocity. A predator with a shoulder-mounted cannon fires, hitting Jason in the shoulder. The impact causes him to stagger, but he quickly recovers, ripping the cannon from the predator's body and using it as a bludgeon to crush its skull. Despite his incredible resilience, Jason begins to show signs of wear. His movements slow slightly, and the wounds he sustained start to take their toll. The predators, recognizing his weakened state, press the attack even harder. One predator manages to land a slash across Jason's back, while another shoots him in the leg with a plasma bolt. Jason, undeterred by the pain, continues to fight. He impales one predator on a broken tree branch and uses its body as a shield against incoming fire. Another predator charges at him, but Jason sidesteps and drives his machete into its spine. He pulls the blade free and turns to face the remaining predators, his breathing heavy but his resolve unbroken. The predators, realizing the cost of this battle, decide to take no chances. The largest and most heavily armored of the remaining predators steps forward, activating its self-destruct device. The countdown begins. It lifts its mask up slightly, displaying its grotesque face. It proceeds to shove the self-destruct device down its own throat as it swallows it whole. It slides its mask back down and with a violent roar the predator charges at Jason, intending to take him down in a final, explosive act. Jason, sensing the impending danger, engages the predator in a brutal struggle. They grapple fiercely, trading blows with immense force. Jason manages to rip the predator's helmet off, revealing its monstrous face. He grabs the predator's head and, with a surge of strength, twists it violently, snapping its neck. The self-destruct device, still active, beeps faster. With a surge of strength and desperation, Jason lifts the predator over his head and hurls it into the lake. The predator hits the water with a splash, sinking into the depths as the countdown reaches its final seconds. Suddenly, the lake erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. The force of the blast is immense, a blinding flash of light followed by a shockwave that obliterates everything in its path. The waters of Crystal Lake vaporize, and the surrounding forest is torn apart, trees uprooted and flung like matchsticks. The ground shakes violently, and a mushroom cloud rises into the sky, visible for miles around. As the dust settles and the echoes of the explosion fade, the once serene Camp Crystal Lake is unrecognizable. The lake is gone, replaced by a massive, smoldering crater. The forest is flattened, the trees charred and broken. The air is thick with smoke and the smell of burning wood. Among the devastation, a single figure rises from the rubble. Jason Voorhees, battered and scorched but still standing, emerges from the wreckage. His indomitable will and supernatural resilience have allowed him to survive the cataclysmic blast. He surveys the destruction, his cold eyes reflecting the fiery aftermath. Jason, victorious yet again, turns and walks into the remnants of the forest. The legend of Camp Crystal Lake has taken on a new, terrifying chapter. The area, once haunted by tales of a masked killer, is now a wasteland. The site of Camp Crystal Lake becomes a forbidden zone, a place of legend and fear. Few dare to venture into the ruins, and those who do are met with an eerie silence and the lingering aura of death. Jason Voorhees remains an unyielding presence, a dark guardian of his shattered domain. In the depths of space, the predators mark Earth as a site of great honor and great danger. They know that the ultimate hunt awaits those brave enough to face the terror of Camp Crystal Lake. Yet, despite the allure of glory, many choose to stay away, heeding the warning of the tale, the legend of Jason Voorhees, the unstoppable force that even the mightiest hunters could not defeat. The hunt may be over for now, but the legend of Jason Voorhees will continue to haunt the nightmares of those who seek the thrill of the hunt. Earth, and especially Camp Crystal Lake, remains a testament to the horrors that await any who dare to challenge the unyielding killer.
Down by Crystal Lake on a moonlit night, Jason's out there lurking, oh what a fright. With his machete shining, ready to strike. Predators are hunting, they're out for a fight. Jason and the predators a clash in the dark, in the woods of terror where they leave their mark. Monsters of the night, in a deadly game. Jason and the predators, no one's ever the same. From the stars they came with their deadly gear, but Jason's been the terror for many a year. Silent as a shadow with a mask so cold, the predators are fierce, but Jason's bold. Jason and the predators a clash in the dark, in the woods of terror where they leave their mark. Monsters of the night, in a deadly game. Jason and the predators, no one's ever the same. Predators with lasers, Jason with his blade. In the silent forest where legends are made. A fight to remember, a tale of dread. Jason and the predators, until the woods run red. In the heart of the forest where the moonlight gleams, echoes of the battle, haunting screams. Who will be the victor, who will fall? In the deadly dance they heed the call. Predators move swiftly with eyes that glow, but Jason's relentless, steady and slow. Through the trees they circle in the darkened night, each one determined to win this fight. Jason and the predators a clash in the dark, in the woods of terror where they leave their mark. Monsters of the night, in a deadly game. Jason and the predators, no one's ever the same. Predators with lasers, Jason with his blade, but Jason's sheer power makes the weak weep.
Blades and lasers clash in a furious storm. In the depths of the forest, a legend is born. Through the foggy mist, shadows creep. Jason's relentless, his anger deep. Predators' roars echo in the still of night as they face off in their deadly flight. Night turns to dawn, the battle rages on, neither one conceding till the break of dawn. The forest holds its breath, watching the prey, Jason and the predators in their deadly ballet. Jason and the predators a clash in the dark, in the woods of terror where they leave their mark. Monsters of the night in a deadly game. Jason and the predators, no one's ever the same. So if you're out at night and you hear a sound, remember these legends, they're still around. Jason and the predators, they roam the night. In the heart of the forest, they still fight. Jason and the predators, a clash in the dark, in the woods of terror where they leave their mark. Monsters of the night in a deadly game. Jason and the predators, no one's ever the same.
Jason Voorhees. Yo, it's Jason in the woods, better watch your back. Messed up machete swinging, it's a deadly attack. Crystal Lake's my domain where the legends rise. In this trap rap battle, you're about to meet your demise. I'm the king of the slashers, you're just a pawn. Predators beware, cause I'm bringing the dawn. From the shadows I creep, silence is my game. You think you can beat me, you're going down in shame. Silent but deadly, like a phantom in the night. One swing of my blade and you're out of sight. Your tech can't save you in this forest of fear. I'm the true nightmare, let me make it clear. I'm Jason Voorhees, ruler of the dark. In the woods of terror, I leave my mark. Predators beware, your end is near. In this trap rap game, I'm the one you fear. You come from the stars, think you're all that, but I'm the OG slasher, put you flat on your back. Infrared vision, I don't need no tech, just my machete, slice it through your neck. You hunt was born, but this ain't no game. I'm the ultimate predator, remember my name. Jason Voorhees, the legend, the myth. You're just another victim in my horror script. They call me relentless, can't be stopped. From the grave I rise, bodies get dropped. You think you're a hunter, I'm the apex beast. In this nightmare realm, I'm the beast. From Camp Crystal Lake to the stars above, I'm feared worldwide, the slasher they love. Predators fall, one by one. When Jason's on the hunt, there's nowhere to run. I face them all, and I always win. Your advanced weapons won't save your skin. I'm the terror of the night, the king of the spree. You're just another challenge, bow down to me. I'm Jason Voorhees, ruler of the dark. In the woods of terror, I leave my mark. Predators beware, your end is near. In this trap rap game, I'm the one you fear. You got your cloaking tech, but I see through your ruse. When you face big predators, you're destined to lose. I've got a killer instinct, unmatched and raw. When you step into my woods, you'll be left in awe. My machete's my mic, my mask's my crown. I'm taking out campers, now it's your turn to drown. In this ocean of fear, you're sinking fast. Jason Voorhees, the legend at last. You think you're invisible, but I sense your heat. When I'm on the prowl, you can't compete. You
Jason's on the hunt, it's a sealed fate. So step up, predators, let's see what you got. In this rap battle, you're about to get caught. I'm the nightmare you dread, the horror you see. Jason Voorhees, the ultimate MC. I'm Jason Voorhees, ruler of the dark in the woods of terror. I lead my mob, predators beware. Your end is near, in this trap rap game, I'm the one you fear.
Welcome back to another spine-chilling episode of Scripted by Machines. Today, we have a truly terrifying matchup that promises to be a clash of nightmares. In one corner, we have the ancient evil that haunts the town of Derry, Maine, Pennywise the dancing clown. And in the other, the relentless bioweapon created by the Umbrella Corporation, Nemesis. Pennywise, also known as It, is a malevolent entity that preys on the fears of children. Appearing as a sinister clown, Pennywise has the ability to shapeshift into whatever its victims fear the most. Its primary weapon is psychological manipulation, and it thrives on terror, becoming stronger with every ounce of fear it absorbs. On the other side, Nemesis is a towering monstrosity engineered for one purpose: to destroy. Equipped with immense strength, tentacles, and a deadly array of weapons, Nemesis is a force of sheer brute power. Driven by a relentless mission to eliminate its targets, it stops at nothing to achieve its objective. Today's battle promises to be a gripping spectacle as psychological warfare meets unyielding physical might. Will Pennywise's ability to manipulate fear give it the upper hand, or will Nemesis's relentless strength and weaponry prove too much for the clown to handle? Get ready for a battle like no other as we dive into the showdown between Pennywise and Nemesis. It begins now. In the heart of Derry, Maine, an evil stirred. The town, haunted by an ancient cycle of horror, braced itself as the sinister presence of Pennywise the dancing clown reawakened. Feeding on fear, Pennywise thrived in the darkness, preying on the nightmares of Derry's children. Meanwhile, far from this quiet town, in a hidden Umbrella Corporation facility, another nightmare was unleashed. Nemesis, a monstrous bioweapon designed to exterminate the last remnants of stars, broke free from its containment with a singular purpose: to annihilate. Pennywise prowled the sewers of Derry, its yellow eyes gleaming with malicious delight. It reveled in the fear emanating from above, each child's nightmare a delectable feast. Its laughter echoed through the dank tunnels, a chilling sound that promised terror. In a distant laboratory, chaos reigned. Nemesis, towering and grotesque, obliterated its confines. Driven by a primal urge to destroy, it sensed a new source of energy, a dark allure drawing it to Derry. Its mutated form tore through the facility, leaving destruction in its wake as it began its relentless march towards the unsuspecting town. Derry's streets were shrouded in an uneasy silence. Children whispered of the clown in the sewers, their fear palpable. The adults, aware of the town's dark history, felt the familiar weight of dread returning. Meanwhile, Nemesis, drawn by the sinister energy, entered the town. Its arrival was heralded by a wave of destruction, buildings crumbling under its might. Pennywise sensed the intruder immediately. From its lair beneath the town, it could feel the monstrous presence encroaching on its territory. Intrigued and angered, the clown decided to confront this new threat. Its form shifted and twisted as it prepared to face the monstrosity. In the abandoned steel mill on the outskirts of Derry, the two horrors finally met. Pennywise emerged from the shadows, its eerie smile fixed on the hulking figure of Nemesis. The bioweapon stood, its massive frame dwarfing the clown. For a moment, they sized each other up, the air thick with anticipation. Pennywise's voice was a mocking lilt.
"Hello there, big boy. Come to play."
Nemesis responded with a guttural roar, charging forward with terrifying speed. Pennywise deftly sidestepped, its form blurring as it moved. Nemesis's massive fist slammed into the ground where the clown had been, shattering concrete and sending debris flying. Pennywise danced around Nemesis, its movements fluid and unnatural. The clown taunted and teased, its laughter a haunting melody.
"You'll have to be quicker than that,"
it jeered, transforming into a swarm of red balloons that enveloped Nemesis. Nemesis swung its mutated arm, the tentacle-like appendage slicing through the balloons. Pennywise reformed behind it, its eyes glowing with malevolent glee. With a swift motion, it lunged at Nemesis, its claws extended. The attack caught Nemesis off guard, leaving deep gashes in its flesh. Enraged, Nemesis retaliated with a powerful backhand, sending Pennywise crashing into a pile of rusted machinery. The clown's form twisted and contorted as it pulled itself up, laughing maniacally.
"Is that all you've got?"
Nemesis roared, firing a rocket from its arm cannon. The missile streaked towards Pennywise, but the clown vanished in a puff of smoke, reappearing a moment later behind Nemesis. With a gleeful shriek, Pennywise unleashed a torrent of dark energy, enveloping Nemesis in a vortex of nightmarish visions. Nemesis staggered, its mind assaulted by Pennywise's illusions. The clown's voice echoed in its head, a cacophony of whispers and screams. But Nemesis's will was strong, its singular purpose cutting through the mental onslaught. With a defiant roar, it broke free, its eyes burning with rage. Pennywise's form shifted into a monstrous spider, its legs scuttling across the floor as it circled Nemesis.
"You can escape your fears, monster."
Nemesis, undeterred by Pennywise's taunts, charged again, its tentacles whipping out in a frenzy. Pennywise dodged and weaved, striking back with its razor-sharp fangs. The battle raged on, a dance of brute strength against eldritch agility. Pennywise's taunts grew more frantic as it struggled to keep up with Nemesis's relentless assault. Pennywise's spider form lunged forward, its massive fangs aimed at Nemesis's throat. Nemesis swung its tentacle arm, catching the clown mid-air and slamming it into the ground. The impact sent a shockwave through the steel mill, causing the structure to tremble. Pennywise shrieked in pain, its form flickering as it struggled to regain its footing. Determined to end the battle, Nemesis roared and charged again, its massive fists pummeling the ground where Pennywise lay. The clown twisted and contorted, its body shifting between forms as it evaded the onslaught. With a burst of dark energy, Pennywise reformed, its spider legs skittering across the debris-strewn floor.
"You think you can destroy me?"
Pennywise hissed, its voice dripping with venom.
"I'm fear incarnate."
Nemesis, undeterred, swung its tentacle arm once more. This time, Pennywise was ready. The clown's form blurred, and it vanished, reappearing behind Nemesis. With a swift, brutal motion, it sank its fangs into Nemesis's shoulder, injecting a surge of dark energy into the bioweapon's body. Nemesis roared in pain, its mutated flesh writhing under the assault. Pennywise's eyes gleamed with triumph as it tightened its grip, determined to bring the monster to its knees. But Nemesis, driven by its unyielding will, fought back with renewed ferocity. It twisted its body, dislodging the clown and hurling it across the mill. Pennywise crashed into a wall, its form flickering as it struggled to maintain its cohesion. The clown's laughter echoed through the mill, a haunting sound that sent chills down Nemesis's spine.
You can do better.
Pennywise taunted, its voice a mocking whisper. Nemesis, its body battered but its spirit unbroken, charged once more. Pennywise braced itself, its eyes narrowing as it prepared for the final confrontation. The two titans clashed, their forms a blur of motion and energy. Pennywise's claws slashed through the air, while Nemesis's fists and tentacles struck with devastating force. The battle raged on, each combatant pushing themselves to their limits. Pennywise's form flickered and shifted, its shape constantly changing as it evaded Nemesis's attacks. Nemesis, driven by its relentless determination, pressed the assault, its blows growing more powerful with each strike. In a final, desperate move, Pennywise transformed into a towering, eldritch entity of pure fear. Its eyes blazed with unholy light, and its voice echoed with the screams of 1,000 tormented souls.
You can defeat me, I am eternal.
Nemesis, undeterred, let out a deafening roar and charged. Pennywise unleashed a torrent of dark energy, but Nemesis pushed through, its willpower and strength carrying it forward. With a final, mighty blow, it struck Pennywise with all its might, sending the clown crashing to the ground. For a moment, silence reigned. Pennywise lay motionless, its form flickering and fading. Nemesis, breathing heavily, stood over its fallen foe, its eyes blazing with triumph. But as it prepared to deliver the final blow, Pennywise's eyes snapped open, a malevolent grin spreading across its face.
We may be strong, but we are not on the same level.
Nemesis roared, raising its massive fist to deliver a crushing blow. As the fist descended, Pennywise's form shifted instantly into a spiked boulder, causing Nemesis's hand to slam into the sharp spikes. Nemesis recoiled in pain, its tentacles flailing wildly. Pennywise's laughter echoed through the mill, mocking and cruel.
Did that hurt, monster?
Nemesis unleashed a torrent of fire from its flamethrower. The clown's form shifted again, becoming a towering figure of flame-resistant metal. The flames washed over Pennywise harmlessly, the heat reflecting off its metallic surface. Nemesis roared in frustration and lunged forward, its tentacle arm whipping out. Pennywise shifted again, this time into a whirling cyclone of blades. The tentacle was shredded as it passed through the blades, sending pieces of mutated flesh flying. Nemesis staggered back, its body riddled with cuts.
You can touch me. I am everywhere. I am everything you fear.
Nemesis, undeterred, fired a rocket from its arm cannon. Pennywise transformed into a mirror-like surface, reflecting the missile back at Nemesis. The explosion rocked the steel mill, sending debris raining down. Nemesis was thrown back, its body battered and smoking. As Nemesis struggled to rise, Pennywise's form shifted again, this time becoming a colossal serpent. It coiled around Nemesis, constricting the bioweapon with immense pressure. Nemesis thrashed and roared, its strength waning as the serpent's grip tightened.
You are nothing but a mindless beast.
Pennywise hissed, its serpent eyes glowing with malevolence.
I am the end of all things. Your strength is meaningless.
Nemesis, gasping for breath, summoned the last of its strength and broke free from the serpent's coils. It staggered, its body trembling with exhaustion. Pennywise reformed into its clown shape, standing tall and triumphant. The clown's eyes gleamed with dark delight. Seeing Nemesis on the verge of collapse, Pennywise decided to end the battle in a spectacular fashion. It shifted into a grotesque amalgamation of all its forms, a spider-clown-serpent hybrid, each aspect radiating fear and dread. The abomination loomed over Nemesis, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent joy. With a wave of its twisted appendages, Pennywise summoned the darkest fears from Nemesis's mind. The bioweapon's vision was filled with nightmarish images, the faces of its creators, the agony of its mutations, and the horrors it had inflicted. Overwhelmed, Nemesis fell to its knees, its will finally broken. Pennywise cackled, its voice a cacophony of screams and laughter.
Your terror is delicious. Now, let me show you the true meaning of fear.
The monstrous hybrid form shifted one last time, becoming an enormous, nightmarish maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. It opened wide, and from the depths of the maw, a swirling vortex of darkness emerged, pulling Nemesis towards it. Nemesis tried to resist, but it was too weak, too broken. The vortex grew stronger, sucking in everything around it. Pennywise's laughter grew louder and more manic as Nemesis was drawn into the gaping maw. The bioweapon's form disintegrated, consumed by the pure essence of fear. With Nemesis completely obliterated, Pennywise reformed into its clown shape, standing in the now silent steel mill. The air was thick with the lingering essence of terror, and the clown's eyes shone with triumphant glee. As the dust settled, Pennywise stood victorious amidst the ruins of the steel mill. The malevolent presence that had plagued Derry for centuries had triumphed once more. The townspeople, unaware of the true nature of the battle that had taken place, would never know the extent of the danger they had faced. Pennywise, having vanquished the monstrous threat, retreated to the shadows, ready to continue its reign of terror. In the depths of the sewers, the clown's laughter echoed once more, a haunting reminder that the darkness in Derry was far from over. The townspeople, their fears reignited, whispered tales of the horrors that lurked beneath their feet. And Pennywise, ever the predator, waited patiently for the next cycle of terror to begin. But why did the AI choose Pennywise as the victor? Pennywise's primary strength lies in its ability to manipulate fear. Unlike Nemesis, whose attacks are predominantly physical, Pennywise preys on the psychological weaknesses of its opponents. It can delve into the deepest fears and insecurities, using them to disorient and mentally incapacitate its adversaries. Nemesis, while incredibly powerful, is a creature of brute force and single-minded purpose, making it vulnerable to Pennywise's psychological manipulation. Throughout the battle, Pennywise exploited Nemesis's limited psychological resilience, creating nightmarish illusions that undermined its focus and willpower. Pennywise's ability to shapeshift gives it a significant tactical advantage. This versatility allows Pennywise to adapt to various forms that counteract Nemesis's attacks effectively. For instance, when Nemesis attempted physical assaults, Pennywise could transform into spiked boulders or resilient forms that rendered Nemesis's attacks ineffective or even harmful to itself. This constant adaptation kept Nemesis off balance and prevented it from leveraging its brute strength to full effect. Pennywise's supernatural nature grants it abilities far beyond the physical realm. It can teleport, create illusions, and summon dark energy to attack or defend. These abilities are not bound by the physical laws that constrain Nemesis. The bioweapon's formidable physicality and weaponry are rendered less effective against a being that can shift in and out of reality, making direct confrontation exceedingly difficult. Pennywise's dark energy attacks and its ability to exist in a quasi-immortal state mean that even after significant damage, it can continue to fight and regenerate. Nemesis, while a terrifying creature, does not exploit fear to the same degree that Pennywise does. Pennywise thrives on fear, drawing strength from it. The more terrified its opponent, the stronger and more relentless Pennywise becomes. In contrast, Nemesis's terrorizing presence is incidental to its primary function as a bioweapon. This fundamental difference means that as the battle progresses, Pennywise grows stronger while Nemesis remains static in its capabilities. Pennywise has a remarkable capacity for endurance and regeneration, stemming from its supernatural origins. Even when seemingly defeated, Pennywise can reconstitute itself, making it incredibly difficult to kill permanently. Nemesis, though resilient and capable of taking extensive damage, operates within the confines of its bioorganic nature. Once critically damaged, it cannot regenerate or recover as effectively as Pennywise. This regenerative ability allowed Pennywise to withstand Nemesis's powerful attacks and continue the battle until it found an opening to strike a decisive blow. In conclusion, Pennywise's victory over Nemesis can be attributed to its superior psychological warfare, shape-shifting versatility, supernatural abilities, exploitation of fear, and unparalleled endurance. While Nemesis is a formidable opponent with unmatched physical strength and combat proficiency, it is ultimately outmatched by the multifaceted and fear-driven nature of Pennywise. This combination of factors makes Pennywise the likely victor in most battles against Nemesis, demonstrating the clown's supremacy in a clash of nightmares. Thank you for tuning into another thrilling episode of Scripted by Machines. We hope you enjoyed this epic showdown between Pennywise and Nemesis. Your support and enthusiasm keep us going, and we love bringing these terrifying battles to life for you. We want to hear from you. Comment below with the battles you'd like to see next. Your suggestion might just be the next battle on Scripted by Machines. Who knows what horrors await when your imagination meets our AI's creativity. Thank you once again for joining us. Until next time, remember, the nightmares never really end. Keep imagining, and keep awake.
In a town where shadows creep down the silent, darkened streets, there's a clown with a twisted grin and a monster fierce and grim. Oh, it's the dance of the shadows, where Pennywise and Nemesis go. In the night they weave the dark spell, in a tale too chilling to tell. Pennywise with his bright red hair lures the children to his lair, with a smile that's all too wide and yellow eyes that never hide. Oh, it's the dance of the shadows, where Pennywise and Nemesis go. In the night they weave the dark spell, in a tale too chilling to tell. Nemesis with his monstrous might roams the streets in the dead of night, with a roar that shakes the ground, hunting for those who dare be found. In the town where terror reigns, two foes meet in the pouring rain, with a clash of fear and fright, they battle through the endless night. Oh, it's the dance of the shadows, where Pennywise and Nemesis go. In the night they weave the dark spell, in a tale too chilling to tell. Pennywise in the sewers deep, where the haunted children sleep, whispers secrets dark and cold, in the town where stories unfold. Nemesis, a force so grand, leaves destruction where he stands. With his eyes of burning rage, he brings chaos to the stage. Oh, it's the dance of the shadows, where Pennywise and Nemesis go. In the night they weave the dark spell, in a tale too chilling to tell. When the moon is high and bright, and the world is bathed in night, these two legends come alive, in a tale that will survive. Pennywise, a haunting sight, fills the town with endless fright. With his laugh that echoes long, he ensnares them with his song. Nemesis, relentless chase, never leaves a single trace. With his strength and brutal power, he reigns supreme at the midnight hour. Oh, it's the dance of the shadows, where Pennywise and Nemesis go. In the night they weave the dark spell, in a tale too chilling to tell. So beware the shadows sway, when the night turns into day, for the clown and beast reside, where your darkest fears abide.
Down in Derry Town, where the shadows grow on, there's a tale of terror, a haunting song. I'm the clown in the gutter, with a smile so wide. Come a little closer, take a peek inside. In the sewers I dwell, where the lost souls roam, with a voice like thunder, I'll call you home. Children's laughter echoes, then it turns to screams, in my twisted world of broken dreams. Oh, the night is young and the moon is high. Listen to my whispers, hear my chilling cry. I'm Pennywise the dancing clown, here to play in the darkness of your dreams. I'll never go away. Oh, I see you hiding, but I know your fear. In every
you can't escape. In the heart of night, I feel your fate, floating down here where the darkness lies, with a heart of ice and those yellow eyes. I'll creep into your mind, and you'll feel the dread as you lie awake, shivering in your bed. Oh, the night is young and the moon is high. Listen to my whispers, hear my chilling cry. I'm Pennywise the dancing clown, here to play in the darkness of your dreams. I'll never go away. Oh, oh, in the autumn mist where the red balloons fly, I'll catch your gaze with my sinister eyes. I'll lead you to places where shadows dance. In my circus of fear, you won't stand a chance. Down in the barrens where the fog rolls in, I'll haunt your thoughts where the nightmares begin. With a laugh so cold, it'll freeze your soul. In my carnival of fear, you lose control. The night is young and the moon is high. Listen to my whispers, hear my chilling cry. I'm Pennywise the dancing clown, here to play in the darkness of your dreams. I'll never go away. When the wind howls through the trees at night, and your heart beats fast with a touch of fright, remember my name and the stories you've heard. For I am the fear in every whispered word. In your quiet town where the lights grow dim, I'll beckon you forth with my eerie hymn. Through the alleys and the streets, I'll lead you down into the depths where I'll wear my crown. In the mirrors, you'll see my face appear with a twisted grin whispering in your ear. I'll haunt your dreams, I'll invade your mind, and in the shadows it's my fate you'll find. Oh, 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 the night is young and the moon is high. Listen to my whispers, hear my chilling cry. I'm Pennywise the dancing clown, here to play in the darkness of your dreams. I'll never go away. So beware, dear friend, when you hear my song, for in my world of horror you don't belong. I'm the fear in your heart, the shiver in your spine. In the shadows you'll find you are forever mine. Oh, the night is young and the moon is high. Listen to my whispers, hear my chilling cry. I'm Pennywise the dancing clown, here to play in the darkness of your dreams. I'll never go away.
Welcome to another thrilling episode of Scripted by Machines. Today, we bring you the grand finals of the Tournament of Horrors. After many intense battles, we have reached the ultimate showdown between two formidable combatants, Pennywise and Megan. First, let's introduce Pennywise, the dancing clown. Known as the Devourer of Fear, Pennywise is an ancient, malevolent entity that has terrorized the town of Derry for centuries. He thrives on the fear of his victims, using his shape-shifting abilities and psychological manipulation to create nightmarish scenarios. Pennywise's power grows with every terrified scream, making him a nearly unstoppable force. On the other side, we have Megan, an advanced AI-powered humanoid robot designed to protect and serve. Created with cutting-edge technology, Megan possesses superior physical capabilities, strategic processing power, and a vast array of skills. Her unwavering determination and logical approach make her a formidable opponent, able to adapt and counter various threats with precision. As we prepare for today's battle, the speculation on who will come out on top is intense. Will Pennywise's ability to harness fear and create horrifying illusions prove too much for Megan's advanced systems? Or will Megan's logical processing and combat skills be enough to overcome Pennywise's malevolent powers? Stay tuned as we witness the epic clash between these two legends of horror. The battle to determine the ultimate champion of the Tournament of Horrors is about to begin. In the dimly lit briefing room of a secret clandestine agency, a group of agents gathered around a large screen. The room buzzed with tension as the head agent, clad in a sharp black suit, began the briefing.
Reports from Derry, Maine, have been numerous and disturbing. Children are disappearing, and the town is in a state of perpetual fear. We need to send our best asset, Megan.
In the corner of the room stood Megan, an advanced AI-powered humanoid robot, designed to protect and serve. Her synthetic skin, lifelike eyes, and fluid movements made her almost indistinguishable from a human. She was the pinnacle of technological achievement, programmed with a vast array of skills and an unwavering determination to complete her missions.
Megan, your mission is to investigate these disappearances and neutralize any threats. We believe something malevolent is at work in Derry. You leave immediately.
Without a word, Megan nodded, her face devoid of emotion, yet her artificial mind already processing the mission parameters. Within minutes, she was on her way to Derry, a town gripped by terror. The drive into Derry was eerie. The town seemed cloaked in a perpetual fog, and the streets were eerily quiet. As Megan's vehicle rolled into the town center, she noted the dilapidated buildings, broken streetlights, and the palpable sense of dread that hung in the air. The few residents who dared to venture outside moved quickly, heads down, avoiding eye contact. Megan parked her car and stepped out, her sensors immediately scanning the environment for any anomalies. She approached a group of children playing listlessly in front of an old, weather-beaten house. Their eyes widened at the sight of her, a mixture of curiosity and fear reflecting in their gazes.
Hello, children. I'm here to help. Can you tell me what's been happening?
One of the older children, a girl with pigtails and a tear-streaked face, stepped forward.
It's the clown. He takes us. He took my brother.
A clown?
Megan repeated, her internal systems quickly accessing data on known threats.
Do you know where I can find this clown?
The girl pointed towards the outskirts of town, where an old, abandoned carnival stood.
He lives there, in the sewers.
Megan nodded, her artificial mind processing the information.
Thank you. Stay indoors and stay safe. I will find this clown.
As dusk settled over Derry, Megan made her way to the abandoned carnival. The once vibrant place was now a decaying relic of the past, with rusted rides and faded posters flapping in the wind. She moved with purpose, her footsteps silent on the cracked pavement. Her sensors picked up faint traces of movement beneath the ground, guiding her to a manhole cover hidden behind a tattered tent. She pried it open effortlessly and descended into the dark, damp sewers below. The stench was overwhelming, but Megan's systems filtered out the foul air. She moved through the labyrinthine tunnels with precision, her sensors detecting the faint sounds of laughter echoing through the darkness. Suddenly, she came to a halt. Ahead, in the dim light cast by her built-in flashlight, stood a figure. A grotesque clown with bright yellow eyes, a wide, grotesque smile with sharp-pointed teeth, and frizzy orange-red hair.
Hello, Megan. I've been expecting you.
Pennywise, the ancient and malevolent entity that had terrorized Derry for centuries, stood before her. Megan's artificial eyes narrowed, her processors calculating the best approach to neutralize this threat.
Pennywise, your reign of terror ends now?
Pennywise's eerie laughter echoed through the dark, damp tunnels of the Derry sewers, a chilling sound that reverberated off the walls and filled the air with a sense of impending doom.
You think you can stop me, little toy? I am eternal. I am fear itself.
Megan's expression remained unyielding as she advanced.
Your time is over, Pennywise. The children of Derry will be free.
With a mocking grin, Pennywise's form wavered and disappeared into the shadows. Megan's sensors registered the movement, tracking his presence deeper into the sewers. Without hesitation, she followed, her synthetic mind calculating every possible route and outcome. As she moved deeper into the tunnels, the atmosphere began to change. The walls seemed to close in, the air grew thicker, and the ground beneath her feet turned into a grotesque, pulsating mass of flesh and bone. Faces twisted in agony appeared on the walls, their silent screams echoing in her auditory sensors.
Pennywise is attempting to manipulate the environment.
Megan noted, her voice calm and steady. She accessed her internal database, pulling up the exact blueprints of the Derry sewer system. Although her surroundings appeared nightmarish and surreal, she relied on the blueprints to navigate the true layout of the tunnels. The grotesque illusions intensified. Blood dripped from the ceiling, pooling on the ground, while disembodied hands reached out from the walls, grasping at her. The air was filled with a cacophony of sinister whispers and distorted laughter. Megan ignored the illusions, her focus unbroken. She matched her movements to the blueprints, taking precise turns and steps, navigating the treacherous path with unwavering accuracy. Pennywise's attempts to disorient and trap her only fueled her determination. Deep within the sewers, Pennywise watched, his yellow eyes glowing with anger.
Why aren't you afraid?
He hissed, his voice resonating through the tunnels.
You cannot manipulate what I do not perceive. Your illusions hold no power over me.
Pennywise's frustration grew, his form shifting and twisting as he tried to devise new ways to ensnare her. The tunnels around Megan morphed into a labyrinth of horrors, walls lined with writhing, monstrous creatures, floors that seemed to open into bottomless pits, and eerie, flickering lights that cast grotesque shadows. But Megan pressed on, her internal navigation system guiding her through the chaos. She moved with mechanical precision, each step bringing her closer to Pennywise's true location. Her sensors detected a faint energy signature up ahead, a hidden chamber where the malevolent entity lurked. As she approached, the walls of the tunnel began to tremble, the nightmarish illusions intensifying in a last-ditch effort to deter her. But Megan's resolve was unshakable. She reached the entrance of the chamber, her eyes locking onto Pennywise's form standing in the center.
You can't hide from me. This ends now.
Pennywise's grotesque smile faltered, his eyes narrowing with rage.
You dare challenge me in my own domain?
He snarled, his form shifting and growing more monstrous. Megan stepped into the chamber, her sensors fully locked onto her target.
I am here to protect the children of Derry, and I will not fail.
The chamber was dimly lit, shadows dancing on the walls as Megan and Pennywise faced each other. The air was thick with tension, the scent of decay and dread hanging heavy. Pennywise's monstrous form shifted, his yellow eyes glowing with malice.
Do you really think you can defeat me, little doll?
Megan's expression remained cold and unyielding.
I know.
With a snarl, Pennywise lunged forward, his shape twisting and contorting into a nightmarish creature with elongated limbs and razor-sharp teeth. He lashed out at Megan, attempting to overwhelm her with his sheer size and ferocity. But Megan was prepared. Her advanced sensors and swift reflexes allowed her to anticipate his movements, dodging and countering with precision strikes. Pennywise tried to envelop her in a cloud of darkness, filling the chamber with the sounds of children crying and screams of terror. Megan's systems detected the illusion, her optical sensors cutting through the darkness and focusing on the clown's true form. She lunged forward, landing a powerful blow that sent Pennywise sprawling.
You cannot scare me. Your tricks are useless.
Pennywise growled, his form flickering as he tried to conjure another illusion. The walls of the chamber seemed to close in, transforming into a grotesque maw lined with sharp teeth, but Megan's internal systems overrode the visual input, keeping her grounded in reality. She advanced relentlessly, her strikes landing with mechanical precision, each blow weakening the malevolent entity. Frustration and rage twisted Pennywise's features. He shifted forms rapidly, from a grotesque spider-like creature to a swirling mass of shadows, but nothing seemed to faze Megan. She countered each attack with calculated efficiency, her movements fluid and unstoppable.
Enough!
Pennywise roared, his voice reverberating through the sewers like a shockwave. The force of his shout was so powerful that the walls trembled and the ground shook.
You are not like the others, but you will not stop me.
With one final, furious glare, Pennywise vanished into the shadows once more. The chamber fell silent, save for the distant sound of dripping water. Megan's sensors immediately went into overdrive, scanning for any sign of the entity. As she processed the data, a new sound reached her, faint but unmistakable. The desperate cries of children echoed through the tunnels, filling the air with a sense of urgency. Children in distress, Megan noted, her directive clear. She quickly pinpointed the source of the screams, deeper within the labyrinthine sewer system. Her mechanical limbs propelled her forward with speed and agility, navigating the dark and twisted passages with the blueprints guiding her way. As she moved deeper into the sewers, the screams grew louder, more desperate. The walls seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, but Megan's focus remained unbroken. Her mission was clear: save the children and neutralize the threat. The path ahead seemed endless, the sewers stretching out into the darkness. But Megan's determination was unwavering. She pushed forward, her sensors locked onto the source of the screams, ready to confront whatever horrors awaited her. Megan navigated the final twists and turns of the sewer, the screams of the children growing louder and more frantic. As she rounded a corner, the tunnel opened up into a massive cavernous room. The sight before her was a vision of pure horror. The cavern was filled with black, murky water that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. In the water, grotesque and horrifying creatures swam, their eyes glowing with a sinister light, their jaws snapping and claws slashing at the edges of the rock in the center of the cavern. On that rock, barely sticking out of the water, were the 20 missing children of Derry. Their faces were pale with terror, their eyes wide and filled with tears as they screamed and huddled together, trying to stay as far from the edge as possible. The monstrous creatures in the water circled them, their menacing presence adding to the children's fear. Above them, descending from the ceiling like a nightmare come to life, was Pennywise in his most terrifying form yet, a massive, grotesque spider. His body was a hideous amalgamation of twisted limbs and bulbous, pulsating flesh, his many eyes glowing with malevolence. His sinister laughter echoed through the cavern, sending shivers down the children's spines.
Fear, yes, fear. Your terror is delicious.
Pennywise hissed, his voice a twisted symphony of hunger and satisfaction.
Every scream, every tear, every heartbeat. Your fear makes me stronger, more powerful than you can imagine. You have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Your fear will feed me, and I will feast on your souls for eternity.
The children's screams intensified as Pennywise's grotesque form loomed closer, his spider legs clicking against the rock. The black water churned with the movement of the creatures below, their snapping jaws and slashing claws creating a nightmarish symphony of terror. Megan's sensors took in the scene, her advanced AI quickly calculating the best course of action. She could see the immense power Pennywise was drawing from the children's fear, his form growing larger and more menacing with each passing moment. She had to act quickly to save them. Without hesitation, Megan stepped forward, her synthetic eyes locking onto Pennywise's grotesque form.
Enough!
She called out, her voice ringing with authority.
I will not let you harm these children.
Pennywise turned his many eyes towards her, a sinister grin spreading across his hideous face.
Ah, the little doll returns, but you cannot stop me. Their fear is mine.
Megan's advanced systems analyzed the situation, her processors working at lightning speed. She needed to break the cycle of fear, to give the children hope and to disrupt Pennywise's source of power. She took another step forward, her movements deliberate and controlled.
Children,
she called out, her voice calm and steady despite the chaos around her.
Do not be afraid. I am here to protect you. What you are seeing is not real. This room is an illusion. Trust in me, and together we will overcome this nightmare.
The children, their eyes filled with terror, looked at her with a glimmer of hope. A little boy named Billy stepped towards her. Immediately, Pennywise brought his fangs down and ripped the boy in two. Any hope the children had was gone. The children screamed anew, clutching each other in terror as Pennywise turned to face Megan.
Do you see now? There is no hope, no escape. Your fear is eternal, and it is mine.
With the children's fear reignited, Pennywise grew even more powerful. His form swelled with dark energy, his many eyes glowing brighter. He let out a triumphant roar, the sound reverberating through the cavern and shaking the very ground beneath Megan's feet.
Now, let's see how powerful your little doll really is.
With a deafening roar, Pennywise leaped towards Megan, his massive spider form hurtling through the air with terrifying speed. His claws extended, ready to tear her apart as the children screamed in helpless terror. The cavern was alive with the echoes of the children's screams and the sinister laughter of Pennywise, who had become a monstrous, overwhelming force. Megan stood her ground, her sensors and processors working at full capacity as she prepared to face the powerful entity before her. Pennywise, now fueled by the intense fear of the children, had grown to an immense size. His form constantly shifted, one moment a grotesque spider, the next a hideous, twisted clown, and then a swirling mass of darkness with countless eyes and limbs. Each shift brought a new wave of terror from the children, further amplifying his power. Megan launched herself at Pennywise, her movements precise and calculated. She aimed for his eyes, his legs, any vulnerable point she could identify. Her strikes were powerful, but Pennywise's form seemed almost ethereal, absorbing her attacks with ease.
Futile, you cannot stop me.
With a swift motion, Pennywise morphed into a nightmarish amalgamation of fanged creatures, each head snapping and biting at Megan. She dodged and countered, her systems straining to keep up with his rapid changes. But for every strike she landed, Pennywise retaliated with twice the force. He shifted again, this time into a massive, writhing serpent. His coils wrapped around Megan, squeezing with unimaginable strength. She struggled, her servos whining under the pressure, but managed to break free with a powerful burst of energy. She slashed at him with her advanced weaponry, but Pennywise simply laughed, his form dissolving into a cloud of darkness that reformed behind her. Pennywise's claws struck out, raking across Megan's back and sending sparks flying. She stumbled but quickly regained her footing, turning to face him once more. Her systems were pushed to their limits, trying to predict his next move, but his constant shifting made it nearly impossible.
You're slowing down, or am I getting faster?
Pennywise taunted, his voice echoing ominously.
How does it feel, little doll, to know that you cannot win?
Megan's eyes narrowed, her determination unwavering. She charged at Pennywise, delivering a flurry of blows with all her remaining strength. For a brief moment, it seemed as though she might gain the upper hand. But Pennywise, now an immense figure of pure malevolence, simply absorbed the attacks, his laughter growing louder and more chilling. With a sudden, blinding speed, Pennywise transformed into a monstrous hybrid of his previous forms, his limbs elongating into sharp, spiked appendages. He struck Megan from all directions, his attacks too fast and too powerful for her systems to counter. Sparks flew, and pieces of Megan's synthetic skin and internal mechanisms were torn away.
You're finished.
In one final, desperate move, Megan tried to disable him with a concentrated energy blast. The beam struck Pennywise directly, but instead of feeling pain, he erupted in maniacal laughter.
Is that all you got?
He mocked, his voice dripping with malevolent glee. Undeterred, Megan pulled out her energy blade, a weapon of last resort. She lunged at Pennywise, aiming to strike him down. But Pennywise was faster. He grabbed Megan's hand before she could attack, his grip like a vice. With a sinister smile, he slowly moved the energy blade, his hand still on hers, guiding it towards his own eyes. As the blade pierced his eye and began to push through his head, Pennywise only laughed louder.
Do you see now?
He whispered, his voice a chilling caress.
You are nothing compared to me.
Megan struggled to pull back, but Pennywise's grip was unrelenting. He continued to push the blade through his own head, his laughter echoing through the cavern.
You are nothing, barely even a machine, and I am eternal.
With a final, brutal motion, Pennywise's claws pierced Megan's central processing unit, the very heart of her AI. Sparks flew, and Megan's eyes dimmed as her systems began to shut down. Pennywise tossed her lifeless form aside, her body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The cavern fell silent, the children's screams replaced by sobs of despair. Pennywise, now more powerful than ever, turned his gaze towards them, his many eyes gleaming with hunger.
You see, no one can save you now. Your fear is mine, and I will feast on it forever.
The children cried out, their voices mingling in a chorus of despair. Pennywise's many eyes glowed with satisfaction as he basked in the terror that fueled his dark existence. In the center of the cavern, Megan's lifeless form lay still, a silent testament to her courage and determination. Though she had fallen, her efforts had not been in vain. She had given everything to protect the children, and her sacrifice would not be forgotten. Pennywise, now more powerful than ever, reveled in his victory. The darkness of the cavern seemed to close in, a tangible manifestation of his evil. For now, Pennywise's reign of terror continued, his malevolent laughter echoing through the sewers of Derry. The children's fear fed him, making him stronger, more unstoppable. But why did the AI choose Pennywise as the victor? In analyzing the hypothetical encounter between Megan and Pennywise, several factors from their respective lore and abilities were considered to determine the likely outcome of the majority of their confrontations. The analysis is based on a combination of their inherent strengths, weaknesses, and the dynamics of the battle as described. Pennywise draws his power from the fear of his victims. As an ancient, malevolent entity, he thrives on terror, becoming exponentially stronger as the fear around him grows. In the story, the fear of the children significantly enhanced Pennywise's abilities, making him an overwhelming force for Megan to combat. His ability to shapeshift into various terrifying forms and his resilience to physical attacks stem directly from the fear he engenders. On the other hand, Megan, while being an advanced AI with superior physical capabilities and strategic processing power, lacks an emotional component and cannot be strengthened by fear or any other emotional states. Her power is fixed and limited to her programming and physical design, making her less adaptable in a fear-driven confrontation. Pennywise possesses a near-immortal quality, able to regenerate and reform even after sustaining significant damage. This regenerative ability is directly tied to the fear he consumes. Throughout the story, despite Megan's efforts to physically disable him, Pennywise continued to regenerate and adapt, making it nearly impossible for her to land a decisive blow. In contrast, Megan, while durable, is not invincible. Her synthetic body and AI systems can be damaged and ultimately destroyed. Pennywise's ability to exploit these vulnerabilities, coupled with his regenerative capabilities, gave him a decisive edge in prolonged combat. In the narrative, Megan initially managed to counter several of Pennywise's attacks with her advanced combat skills and strategic thinking. However, as Pennywise fed off the children's fear, his power grew to a level that Megan could not match. His ability to endure and manipulate the battle environment, coupled with his increasing strength from the children's terror, ultimately led to Megan's downfall. The AI concluded that in most encounters, Pennywise's ability to harness fear, his psychological manipulation, and his regenerative durability would consistently give him the upper hand over Megan. While Megan's logical processing and combat skills make her a formidable opponent, the nature of Pennywise's powers, rooted in fear and psychological dominance, present challenges that an AI-driven entity is ill-equipped to fully counter. Therefore, based on the lore and dynamics of the battle, the AI determined that Pennywise would win in the majority of encounters, solidifying his position as a nearly unstoppable force of malevolent terror. And so, the Tournament of Horrors has come to a chilling conclusion. In a battle that pushed both combatants to their limits, it is Pennywise who emerges victorious. His dark powers, fueled by fear and his relentless nature, have secured his place as the ultimate horror champion. Congratulations to Pennywise, the dancing clown, the devourer of fear, and now, the winner of the Tournament of Horrors. We want to thank all of our viewers for joining us on this terrifying journey. Your support and engagement have been invaluable, and we couldn't have done it without you. But the horror doesn't end here. We invite you to look forward to the next tournament on Scripted by Machines. Who will rise to the challenge? Which legends of horror will clash next? Let us know in the comments below what battles you would like to see next. Your suggestions could shape the next matchup in our viewer-recommended battle series. Thank you once again for watching and supporting Scripted by Machines. Until next time, keep imagining and keep awake.
In the town of terror, children disappeared. Their cries and fears nobody could hear. But then came Megan, a hero in disguise, with lifelike eyes and synthetic surprise. Oh Megan, Megan, you start your quest to put old Pennywise to rest. In the sewers dark, you take your stand with courage oh so grand. The streets were quiet, filled with dread, children dreaming nightmares in their bed. But Megan came with her heart of steel, determined to break Pennywise's wheel. Oh Megan, Megan, you're on your way to end the terror and save the day. In the sewers deep, you face the fright with courage oh so bright. Faces on the walls, whispers in the night, Pennywise illusions, a horrifying sight. But Megan pushed on her mission clear, to save the children, to end their fear. In the darkened tunnels, a fierce fight, Megan against Pennywise, what a sight. His form kept shifting, monstrous and grim, but Megan's resolve never grew dim. Oh Megan, Megan, you hold your ground. In the sewers, fear all around. Against the clown, you stand so tall. With courage, you won't fall. The children's screams echoed through the air, Pennywise feeding on their despair. But Megan stood strong, undeterred by fear, her mission clear, her purpose near. Oh Megan, Megan, the fight's intense. In the sewers through the suspense, against the darkness you bring the light. With courage you'll make it right. Pennywise transformed, a spider so vile, but Megan faced him with a determined smile. She struck with precision, each move so wise, in the battle of wills under dairy skies. Oh Megan, Megan, the end is near. In the sewers you face the fear. Against the monster you're standing strong. With courage you carry on. Though illusions twisted and fear grew strong, Megan's heart knew right from wrong. She fought with valor through night's dark tide. For the children's hope she would not hide. In the final chamber where darkness reigned, Pennywise laughter a nightmare sustained. But Megan's light shone through the dark, her mission ending her final mark. Oh Megan, Megan, you give your all. In the sewers you heed the call. Against the evil you've made your stand. With courage oh so grand. Though Megan fell, her fight not in vain. Her sacrifice a beacon through fear and pain. The children remember her courage bright. In the darkest hour she brought the light. Oh Megan, Megan, your story's told. In the sewers brave and bold. Against the terror you did your best. With courage now you rest. Though Megan's gone, her legacy stays. A tale of bravery in the darkest days. For every child she fought to save. Her memory oh so grand.
In the town of Derry, thought they found a hero to face me, to stand her ground. But Megan was just a toy, oh so bright, couldn't stand against me in the dead of night. Oh Megan, Megan, you thought you could win, but look at you now, in pieces my grin. And to all who believed, you're next in line, your fear will be mine. She came with her circuits, her shiny face, but in my sewers she found her place. Among the illusions, the fear I spread, now she's just a memory, a story read. Oh Megan, Megan, where did you go? Back to the lab where the broken toys flow. And all of you out there, don't think you're safe. Your fear I will taste. Couldn't see the terror, the fear I bring to the children of Derry. Oh, they cling to hopes and dreams, but I consume their cries echoing in this dark tomb. I laughed as she stumbled, tried to fight, but her circuits couldn't handle the fright. I twisted and turned, a monstrous delight, and now she's just a flicker out of sight. Oh Megan, Megan, you couldn't cope with the shadows and screams, you had no hope. And all of you listening, I see your fear in the dark, I'll appear. She tried to be brave, oh what a jest, but now she's just a tale like all the rest. I am eternal, their nightmare's true, and Megan, you were just something new. Oh Megan, Megan, your light has died in the sewers where my horrors hide. And you out there hear my voice so near, I'm feeding on your fear. She fought with valor, but she was blind to the true nature of my twisted mind. She couldn't save them, couldn't break free, and you're all just like she. But children still shiver, still whisper my name in the dark of the night. It's always the same. They thought you could save, bring the light, but I consume, I own the night. Oh Megan, Megan, you were just a toy in my hands you broke.
You brought no joy, and to all who believed, your fear's my game. I'm coming, you'll scream my name. So laugh with me now as the shadows play. For Megan's gone, and here I'll stay in the town of Derry, where nightmares thrive. And to all of you, I'm coming alive. Thanks for listening, you've made it so far. We're grateful for you, our shining star. But hold on tight, there's more to see. A sneak peek of what's next on Scripted by Machines. Get ready for action, heroes in line. John Wick, John McClane and Chuck Norris shine. Explosions and fights, it's gonna be grand. In our next big tournament, it's out of hands. So stay tuned, friends, for what's coming soon. Action-packed battles under the moon. Thanks for your support, you're the best by far. Unscripted by Machines, you're a superstar. You're a superstar. You're a superstar. So stay tuned, friends, for what's coming soon. Action-packed battles under the moon. Thanks for your support, you're the best by far. Unscripted by Machines, you're a superstar.